justice system. And as you saw from the district attorney, he's already charged him with the highest crime that he could, which is capital murder in the first degree.
Yeah, and it is so strange to me. I mean, I've covered the news for a long time, as you know, Lawrence. It's so strange to me that a guy 18 years old would jump in his car and drive several hours across the state to a super.
It was horrible, actually. It was really horrible. I'm still kind of shooken up.
Grady Lewis in disbelief after what he witnessed while sitting outside of the Tops Friendly Markets Saturday.
I seen the guy go in, Army style, bent over, just shooting at people, and I heard him shooting at people, and then I saw 3 people laying down.
Mayor Byron Brown says the 18-year-old white male suspect traveled hours from outside of Buffalo to carry out the deadly shooting. At a supermarket, the mayor says he worked on bringing to the community.
It's one that I patronize from time to time. My family patronizes from time to time. And some of the victims of this shooter's attack are people that all of us standing up here know.
13 people shot, 4 of them store employees, including a security guard who engaged the suspect at the front door but was killed.
He was very heavily armed. He had tactical gear. He had a tactical helmet on. He had a camera that he was live streaming what he was doing.
Investigators are reviewing a purported manifesto posted online in connection with the shooting probe. That's according to 2 federal law enforcement officials. The shooting is being investigated as a hate crime.
This white supremacist who just perpetrated a hate crime on an innocent community will spend the rest of his days behind bars. And heaven help him in the next world as well.
I'm Cole Higgins reporting.
The suspect in that shooting has been identified as 18-year-old Peyton Gendron. He made his first court appearance this evening on 1 count of first-degree murder. He's now being held without bail.
In the coming days, he could face federal charges. KPRC2's Bill Barajas is digging into what this means from our newsroom tonight. Bill?
Wait, so the state and the feds
Local NAACP officials are watching and monitoring the situation closely. They tell us that without a doubt, they believe this is a hate crime against the black community in Buffalo. Tonight, we dive into how that is ultimately determined and the punishment it may carry. Chaos in Buffalo. The mass shooting taking place in the heart of a black community. Gene Howard of the NAACP says he's angry.
We cannot give aid and cover to those who do not believe in the true value of what America is supposed to be.
10 people total died. 3 others were injured. 11 of them were African American. The attack labeled by officials as pure evil. Howard says lawmakers must act now to create real change.
There are systematic issues we must address as Americans for us to move forward.
Investigators believe the shooting was a hate crime, racially motivated violent extremism. KPRC2 legal analyst Brian Weiss.
And see, we were just having a discussion yesterday of black-on-black violence, which technically isn't a real thing because there's violence among... There's intra-violence between all racial or ethnic groups because you're going to interact with the people you're around the most. So if you're a white person, you probably live in a white neighborhood, and more than likely if there's any kind of violent crime committed towards you or against you, is going to be from someone who looks very similar to you. Just as so in the black community or the Hispanic community or Asian community, where crimes perpetrated against that community normally stem from within inside the community. So just saying black on black violence, it negates the fact that everybody has crime in their own ethnic communities, But the thing that always gets me is the black community has been deemed the most violent. And then they'll throw the prison statistics at you, the population and prison statistics, saying that we're 13% of the nation's population as a whole, but we represent about 47% of the incarcerated population, which means our incarceration numbers are extremely inflated compared to just the sheer number of people who live in the country. And so by that number being so exacerbated like that, they can just correlate that with the assumption that black people are inherently more criminal and more violent than other racial groups. But you read the 13th Amendment, and there's a lot of other systemic issues that come into play, and you realize with a little research and more understanding that we have always been the patsy. We have always been the boogeyman within inside our own country, because Europeans need boogeymen to operate so they can have justifiable reasons for totalitarian control. So they're going to say, the war on poverty and the war on crime and the war on drugs, but it's not really a war on poverty or crime or drugs. It's a way to keep certain groups of people subdued in predictable conditions using these different types of warfare. But then when you actually look at more statistics, white people are inherently the most violent group of people ever. And these mass shootings let you see that in our country as well. Because, the Chicago gangs and the Mexican gangs and the all these gangs. And okay, yeah. So these are very small groups of people who have conflicts of ideology and are struggling for resources in any given area. And conflicts arise between these groups because of this struggle for resources. And so there is a direct connection with any type of violence that takes place between these groups, categorized as gangs. And so if you got the Bloods and the Crips shooting at each other for some turf, you know what I'm saying? It's very heinous. It's very barbaric and stupid. But at least there is some type of connection between the two groups and why they have this conflict. And it's not just randomly going to kill people. You're a part of this gang, I'm a part of this gang, we don't like each other. If I see you, then we're going to have a confrontation. That's much more different than just an individual person saying, you know what, fuck this life, fuck all black people, I'm just going to go kill random black people who I have no type of connection with at all. I have no incentive to harm, threaten, or kill these people at all, but I'm going to do it anyway. And that's the major dynamic, and it may not be a very strong argument, but it is definitely something to take into consideration as a factor of the psychological disposition of killers. Oh, black people kill each other all the time. Yeah, and it's probably because they got some beef with each other, once again, over turf or some drug dealings or some other thing where there is an actual connection why they are having these interactions. Whereas these white mass shooters have no connection at all to the people they're killing. They're just killing individuals at random. And I think that there is something so unhuman about that it's very, very unsettling. And then once again, the majority of these shooters are taken into custody very gently and very delicately, taken into custody so they can stand before a judge, get their sentencing, and go to jail. Whereas a black man with no weapons try to run away from the cops, trying to get away from the cops, get shot in the back 7 times. It never makes any fucking sense to me. One black man who hasn't committed any type of murder or homicide and who does not have a weapon is more of a threat, or would be perceived as more of a threat than a white male who has literally just massacred 10 people with a highly unregulated assault rifle. He's less dangerous than the one guy who you pulled over at a traffic stop who hopped out and tried to run away. I don't understand it.
And right now, we want to go back to the scene of the crime.
News 4's Tara Lynch has been at the scene all afternoon and all evening. She can bring us an update now. Tara?
But I've been telling you one story since we first came on the air, and it was about this man here, Grady Lewis. You were in that Tops earlier this afternoon. We're going to get to that story. But you told me just a few moments ago that you actually spoke with the suspect yesterday. He was here. Tell me more about that.
I seen him, and he looked strange in the neighborhood. Anybody had a Genius shirt on, so I wanted to see if he was a genius. And we sat and talked about string theory, critical race theory, the beginning of civilization, and he seemed like he was a genius, actually. He said he came up just to see the countryside, and he was going to go out camping. He bought a big thing, a jug of water. He had a little nervous twitch to him. I bought him something to drink, and we sat and talked for about an hour and 45 minutes after seeing the pictures and seeing the blue car that I got into yesterday. So it's a shock right now, and he told me his name was Peyton. So it's a shock.
And we did see a blue car get taken away from this scene just about a half hour or so ago. And you were saying that you were speaking with him on a bench that's located outside of this Tops.
Yes.
That's the bench that earlier today, when I first got here, you were the first person I spoke to. You were telling me that bench is your office. Yes. And you usually like to stop and sit there and talk to people that are passing by. Today you didn't stop.
Yes. So
walk me through your afternoon here at the Tops.
Well, I went in there and got me some a juice, and I didn't want to sit there today, so I walked across the street and I opened up my juice, and as I opened up my juice, I heard what I knew wasn't a firecracker, and I looked up and I seen a guy shooting people. Then I seen a security guard run inside, and then I seen him going after him, shooting. Then I saw him come back out, and he had all camouflage on, and glasses and helmet, and then he put the gun to his head, and he dropped it. He took off his gloves. He took off his gun. He put it down. He took off his vest, and then he got on his knees and laid down and put his hands behind his back, and they arrested him at that point.
And the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, you were telling me about the security guard, the former Buffalo police officer who has tragically died in this incident. You were telling me today he told you no lingering around the store. We gotta keep it clear.
Yes.
You credited that man with saving your life.
Yes, I heard him say to someone, "There's no lingering around the store." So, me knowing that he's a Buffalo police officer, I never really wanted to give him an opportunity to say anything to me. So when I do go, I shop and I leave. And that's the reason why I left. Because I heard him tell people that a couple times. So, you know, whatever, they got to tell me something 4 or 5 times for me to understand. And from what I heard, he went back and he shot at him when he went in the store. So, yeah, but if he wasn't there, I would have been sitting there. So I'm definitely thankful that I heard him say that. Yes, I'm definitely thankful to Mr. Salters. Yes, definitely.
Well, Mr. Lewis, thank you so much for joining me here tonight and for telling me your story earlier today. I appreciate it. This entire community here is mourning this tragic loss. There's a memorial set up down Landon Street here. A truly challenging, difficult, sad, heartbreaking day here in the city of Buffalo. For now, live on Jefferson and Landon, Tara Lynch, News 4.
And Tara, that was pretty remarkable what that man said. I'm sure authorities will want to talk to him. He said he sat for an hour and 45 minutes yesterday talking to the young man who is the suspect in this case. He also saw the end of the shooting today when the suspect who had the gun up to his neck put it down and surrendered.
Surrendered. Very important.
Got to talk to him. Absolutely, Tara. That was remarkable.
Police in Buffalo, New York say an 18-year-old gunman wearing body armor killed at least 10 people and injured 3 more at a supermarket.
The suspect has been arraigned and charged with first-degree murder in what authorities say was a racially motivated attack. Michael George reports from New York.
Buffalo police say the gunman wore body armor and military-style clothing as he opened fire and live-streamed the deadly rampage at the Tops Friendly Market.
We have suffered a mass shooting with multiple casualties and several people injured. This is the worst nightmare that any community can face, and we are hurting and we are seething right now as a community.
Authorities say the 18-year-old suspect was quickly taken into custody after carrying out the nation's latest mass shooting.
And so I saw him doing this, and I'm like, I don't got a phone on me, so I'm like, I'm screaming, somebody called the police.
The FBI questioned Peyton Gendron late Saturday, and he was later arraigned and charged with first-degree murder.
The shooter traveled hours from outside this community to perpetrate this crime on the...
And police also say the suspect used social media to live stream the attack. CBS 2's Thalia Perez is here now with that part of the story, as Governor Hochul is calling on social media companies to do more to monitor the posts.
Well, Jessica, the widely popular live streaming service Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, has confirmed it was their service the suspect used to live broadcast the shootings. Officials say from the moment the suspect, 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, pulled into the Tops Market parking lot, he was live streaming what he was doing.
He exited his vehicle. He was very heavily armed. He had tactical gear. He had a tactical helmet on. He had a camera that he was live streaming.
Officials believe the camera was attached somewhere on that tactical gear Gendron was wearing. Twitch, the service he was live streaming on, has removed the suspect's channel, and in a statement, a spokesperson says, "We are devastated to hear about the shooting that took place this afternoon in Buffalo, New York. Our hearts go out to the community impacted by this tragedy. Twitch has a zero-tolerance policy against violence of any kind and works swiftly to respond to all incidents. The user has been indefinitely suspended from our service, and we are taking all appropriate action, including monitoring for any accounts rebroadcasting this content." Governor Kathy Hochul blasted social media platforms following the shootings, demanding companies be more vigilant in monitoring their content.
This execution of innocent human beings could be live streamed on social media platforms and not taken down within a second says to me that there is a responsibility out there.
This is not the first time Twitch was used to live stream a violent attack. In 2019, live video of a deadly shooting that killed 2 people on Yom Kippur at a synagogue in eastern Germany was streamed on the site. Jessica?
Scalia, thank you. And download our CBS New York app for the very latest on the Buffalo grocery store mass shooting. CBS 2's Kevin Rincon.
My love handles just started shrinking. My shoulders started to bulk up a little bit. My stomach started to slim down. Like, I have abs.
Within the month, I could really see how much.
10 people were killed.
That's kind of crazy.
smoking without
There
supernatural?
aren't really any reliable chemical means for inducing smoking cessation. You can use a drug called bupropion. I think that's the one. Whatever Wellbutrin is.
Is that supernatural?
No, you don't need a supernatural effect, but it doesn't work very well. But if you give people magic mushrooms, so it's...
That's a very, very, very good question. Very good question, bro. I think I don't know, man. My take on guns is it's a white man's favorite toy. I've said that for a long time. The gun is the white man's most favorite invention ever, because he has been able to dominate the other populations of the world under the gun. So we know metallurgy and smelting and iron working and all of that shit was started in Africa, and the Asians came up with gunpowder for fireworks and things like that. And then once the Europeans figured out, how to do these different sciences, I can make something out of metal. I can use this powdered graphite material for small controlled explosions. And so now he took the sciences of everybody else and made that shit into a weapon of death. And it works very well. And the gun has allowed the Europeans to totally dominate the world. And in order to maintain their dominant position, they must maintain a monopoly over violence and a monopoly over the creation and manufacturing of weapons of violence and weapons of death. I don't think you can find any weapons manufacturer or armaments manufacturer that is owned by dark-skinned people. Like, we just don't do that shit. We just don't do that shit, man. Most guns are made by Europeans. Most ammunition that the guns use are made by white people. The biggest gun manufacturers, you don't have a lot of ethnic dark-skinned people making these types of machines, because that's not our thing. Manufacturing weapons of death and machines of destruction is almost completely, solely a white European thing. And now, do all armies have this capabilities now? Yes, because they're, all of the African armies have guns and AKs, and North Korea got nukes and everything else. But we just trying to keep up with all the white people. We got to try to keep up with y'all. And that's why a lot of African countries do have internal strife and civil unrest, because white people come in and say, hey, look, you group of black people, you're better than that group of black people. And if you help us keep them under control, we'll give you some guns. And we'll give you these good drugs, and this alcohol and liquor. And we'll make your lives great and fantastic. And then you can help us control these other groups of black people. And that's where the divide and conquer has come in amongst other ethnic groups due to Europeans wanting to maintain their position of dominance through the use of the gun. The gun is the white man's favorite invention. It's his best toy he's ever come up with, the best idea he's ever had, and he'll never relinquish that. He will always continue to make bigger bullets, smarter bullets, bigger bombs, smarter bombs. I mean, the Wright brothers took their first flight in North Carolina, and then just a few years later, they were using airplanes in World War One? No, World War II, to kill people and drop bombs on people. They just figured out how to fly. How to make a machine that can carry a man through the air. They just figured that shit out. And you know what was one of the first ideas they had for that shit? We can use this new technology and capabilities to kill people. How can we use this to kill people? And that's how Europeans think, yo. We learn how to split an atom. What are we going to do with it? Let's make a nuclear bomb so we can kill people. The mentality of the European collective is just, how can we kill people and stay the dominant group? Oh, what do you got there? That's a good idea. Can I use it to kill someone? That's why we still need guns, because they want guns.
Things TikTok made me buy that are worth it. The new Incense Waterfall Burner. It helps you unwind and sleep faster. Comes with 100 free cones for you to try. And the best part is that it's even on sale.
It's an incense diffuser, and every cone is made up of 100.
And I think that not only can you direct
your God. In particular, I don't believe there is one, and I have no idea what your thoughts are on it.
You mean on the fact that you don't believe there is one?
I mean just about the subject in general, but I'm happy to hear your thoughts on about what I don't think is, well, maybe.
And I'm ashamed, Bearders, we are the worst. You should never be ashamed of who or what you are. You had no say-so in being born in whatever country with whatever color skin you have. Nobody has any say-so in that. So you should never be ashamed of who you are. You know, looking at the history of your ethnic group, like, that's something to be ashamed of. Like, damn, you know, collectively, we have done some fucked up shit. You know, individually, I'm a good person though. You know, just like I can say collectively, the black community here in America, this is the only country that I've ever lived in, and so I can only really speak from the perspective of a Negro in America. Yo, D1, what up? But we still got a lot of shit to get together, you know? Because our community is fucked up in a lot of different ways too. And I feel like that we've had enough time to figure out some type of solution for our predicaments. Now, saying that I don't think that we've had enough time to solve all of our problems. We really haven't. And then on top of that, like, we're constantly getting pushed back every time we do try to strategize, unify, and build together. There's always some type of resistance when it comes to the black community in America. But I think that we have had enough time where we should be on a course of positive trajectory from here into the foreseeable future. We should be on a upward curve, but it's not like that because we still are very ignorant to our past, which makes us ignorant to our present. And if you don't understand presently your current situation and how to actually maneuver yourself for opportunities, then you won't be able to construct the future that you see for yourself. He said, colonizer on deck, welcome. But so yeah, you don't have to be ashamed of being a white British man. You just have to know and understand your history. And then you teach. First, you educate yourself as much as possible. You teach your family as much as possible. And your children are the biggest weapon we have to change the world. So you let your children understand that, like, history is kind of fucked up. And, you know, the human family has been disjointed and in conflict for, you know, centuries. And now it's like, can we just move forward to a more harmonious future? Will we live in, like, some type of golden utopia where everything is perfect? It'll never, ever, ever be like that. But can we move towards a more unified human family? I do believe so. But it comes with enough education and enough understanding and enough conversations. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I find white culture and Western culture in particular, like, very fascinating because you guys have the greatest ability for tribalism. White people stick together like no others. Second would be probably like well, they're all, I would say, Italians or something like that, but they're all like European phenotypes. But like minority groups, I tell you who I see stick together a lot. Yo, Hispanics, Spanish people, yo, here in North America, yo. I don't give a fuck if you Mexican, Cuban, Puerto Rican. Yo, these motherfuckers have very, very tight-knit communities, you know? But still, nobody don't do that shit like white people, yo. White people, like I say, their tribalism is so concrete that they control the world for the most part. All the major banking institutions are European. Most of the major manufacturing industries are European. They have the largest armies. And it's like because they have this very deep sense of tribalism and that this group identity that wants that subconsciously everybody works towards the goal of keeping white people in charge of everything. Yes, Sundown County still exists. And if you black, you better not be on the streets after dark, motherfucker, because we gonna lynch you. And you know that. There's gangs, there are gangs inside of police departments all throughout the country, and that's a known fact. It is a known fact that police have gangs and they target minorities. This is well known and documented. FBI can't do nothing against that either, I guess. You know? You still got a lot of crazy shit that goes on in this country, man. lot of crazy stuff that goes on here.
Looking neat. His true plaque. I thought it would be nice if we started with something quick and easy and simple, like God. In particular, I don't believe there is one, and I have no idea what your thoughts are on it.
You mean on the fact that you don't believe there is one?
I mean just about the subject in general, but I'm happy to hear your thoughts on about what I don't think is, well, maybe.
Well, it's a complicated problem, and I don't think that we take it with due seriousness. I specifically don't think that the celebrity atheist types, which I actually have a fair bit of respect for, by the way, with due seriousness. So I don't think that they take it with due seriousness from a biological perspective or a phenomenological perspective or a literary perspective or a metaphoric perspective. That'll do for starters. I've become convinced that the fundamental presuppositions of our very functional cultures, or Western cultures say, are nested immovably in a metaphorical substrate. And that when you enter that metaphorical substrate, you're in the domain of religious phenomenology. And I think that not only can you derive that conclusion as a consequence of deep philosophical thought and literary analysis, but that if you know enough about brain function, you'll also come to the same conclusion. I think you come to the same conclusion as well if you look at the evolution of religious cognition from the perspective of an evolutionary biologist and not from the position of a evolutionary biologist whose head is addled by the belief that most of human morality was established in the 500 years since the Enlightenment. So that's a start, I guess.
Except, and so you have to bear with me.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Texas.
That's okay. I'm from Alberta, you know. It's bigger than Texas. Just as bad.
So the curious thing for me is all of that applies, seemingly, if I'm understanding it, to religious thought, religious tradition, the value of religious identity to individuals. And I don't see that any of it relates to whether or not there is a God or whether or not there's sufficient reason to believe there's a God, which is my sticking point. I'm fully fine with the idea. Oh, yeah. We'll try and get through this without, like, raucous applause. But, you know, hey, at least I got one.
Yeah, you don't never complain about raucous applause.
Because that's the sticking point for me. I have no problem acknowledging that people derive value from their beliefs, whether or not they map to anything in reality. That they can be inspired and motivated, educated, and enlightened by poetry, prose, metaphor, allegory. But my concern is, having grown up a fundamentalist Southern Baptist, the people who I know and some of the people who are working to enact legislation on behalf of their beliefs are convinced that they have good reason to believe that there actually is a God, not just that it's useful to them.
Well, it's not that easy to distinguish between what's useful and what's real. So I think that distinction can be made, but it's a lot more difficult than people generally think. And I also think that there's no doubt that there are different levels of sophistication of religious belief. You know, what I see happening in this sort of discussion, say, frequently, you know, and again, like I said, I have a fair bit of respect for the atheist types because they spend a lot of time thinking, and that's generally a good thing. You know, I see most of their thinking, however, directed at the fundamentalist types, the fundamentalist Christian types, mostly of the American persuasion, who suffer from the somewhat understandable illusion that the biblical corpus has the same epistemological and ontological status as a scientific theory when it clearly doesn't, right? I mean, if you're
okay, now we're closer to the same page.
Okay, yeah. If you're a religious thinker, let's say, if you're a serious student of religious thought and a serious philosopher, one of the things you can't claim is that whatever story the Bible is telling is a scientific theory. And that's just self-evident. First of all, like, when was the first scientist? Descartes, Bacon, Newton? Maybe you could chase it back to the Greeks, but no farther than that. And so the idea that whatever the people who conjured up the Old Testament creation account were doing was something akin to scientific theorizing is a mistake that would only be made by people who don't know how to distinguish between different kinds of truth. And so the fundamentalists, like, I feel for the fundamentalists, you know, because what they're trying to do, to give them credit, is to maintain a corpus of stories in which an ethos is based. That would be the Western ethos, in this case of Christianity, because they believe that the ethos is of extreme value. And I also believe that the ethos is of extreme value and that it is nested in those stories. And so they don't like to be confronted by the rationalist, atheist, evolutionary types because it blows the foundation of their ethos apart and they feel that it's worth preserving. And I think, well, yeah, it is worth preserving. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't philosophical problems associated with the manner in which they construct their arguments. But, they're still worthy. But it doesn't address the issue. There's a deep issue here that we're not contending with. You know, here's an example. This is, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't think so. I just finished... Well, I thought about it a lot, you know, and I do try to think about where I'm wrong, because I would like to figure out where I'm wrong, because then I wouldn't have to be wrong anymore, right? And being wrong is actually not a good thing. You fall into a pit if you're wrong.
And this is what I point out in the lecture on skepticism, since you didn't get to see the show, is that being wrong feels exactly like being right. Nobody runs around going, oh, I'm wrong, but I'm going to keep believing this. We all assume that we are correct about a great many things. And it's not so much that being wrong is the thing we're afraid of. I think that being exposed as wrong is the thing we're afraid of.
Well, we're also sometimes afraid of being wrong, because if you're wrong at a deep level, it can really hurt you.
Oh, I agree.
It can really take you apart. And so people don't like to be taken apart. Like if you're wrong about your wife, for example, that tends to be a very painful thing. And that's something that's worth pursuing to try to figure out why that is. That should make you popular. Okay, so one of the issues that I have, and you can respond to this, is that the let's say the celebrity atheist types, because I actually like that phrase, they don't seem to me to be contending with the real issues. They seem to be going at Dostoevsky. He's a real issue. Tolstoy, he's a real issue. Carl Jung, 20 books and maybe 15 seminars. He's a real issue. Mircea Eliade. Like, there are some serious heavy hitters in the religious phenomenology domain. And my sense so far, I just finished reading all of Harris's books, for example, he doesn't contend with them at all. And it's like, for me, that's like being an evolutionary biologist and not being aware of Darwin. It's actually a big problem. It's not something you can hand wave away. Jung was a mystic. It's like, sorry. He was about as smart as Friedrich Nietzsche.
I think this gets to basically the same point I was talking about before. The thing that you're objecting to, it seems, is that many of us don't want to address the aspects of religion that you find value in, because we're only focused on, perhaps as I'm talking in the show, from a scientific skepticism perspective of, are there valid and sound arguments that would lead one to conclude that a God exists? My answer to this so far seems to be no. And the apologists, the theologians, they keep presenting the arguments, the teleological arguments, moral arguments, and all these things. They have nothing to do with the phenomenology of religion. They have nothing to do with how this impacts people's lives. This is a question of, is it in fact the case? Is it consistent with reality that there is a God? And is it consistent with reality that there is good reason to believe there's God? That is where the focus is primarily.
Yeah, and it's usually construed as a scientific issue.
Well, it's not so. I would never construe it as a scientific issue, because science can't confirm the supernatural. I mean, we are blocked until somebody demonstrates a mechanism by which we can explore and confirm the existence of the supernatural, and then confirm that it actually can impact the natural world, we're stuck, which is why science relies on methodological naturalism.
You seem to be able to do it with psychedelic drugs.
You seem to be able to do what with psychedelic drugs?
Well, everybody that takes them under reliable settings generally comes back and claims the presence of a mystical experience.
Yeah,
and that seems to be duplicatable and replicable across cultures in labs with multiple different substances, the chemical constituents of which are known very well. It's like it's part of this religious phenomenology, and to me that's just a set of facts. And we know that people have been using those substances to evoke mystical and religious experiences for, who knows, 150,000 years maybe. Sure. We can at least infer that. And we have no idea whatsoever how much of an effect the use of those substances has had on the metaphysical substrate of our culture. Like, so what constitutes scientific data here is by no means clear. Here's an example of this, for example. So,
well, before the example, as someone who's been high as a kite, I fully agree that people take drugs and report experiences that they describe as mystical or supernatural. Just like people report other experiences as if they were religious or ghosts or whatever. We have no way of confirming that this something mystical or supernatural actually can happen. What this is about the language.
Stops people from smoking.
Well, you can stop smoking without any sort of supernatural intervention.
No, not really.
You can't stop smoking without supernatural?
There aren't really any reliable chemical means for inducing smoking cessation. You can use a drug called bupropion. I think that's the one. Whatever Wellbutrin is.
Is that supernatural?
No, you don't need a supernatural effect, but it doesn't work very well. But if you give people magic mushrooms, psilocybin, and they have a mystical experience, they have about an 85% chance of smoking cessation with one treatment. Yeah, but that's kind of like evidence, you know. It's kind of like evidence.
It's evidence that you can take mushrooms and increase your chance of quitting smoking.
No, it's not. It's indication that if you take mushrooms and you have a mystical experience, you'll stop smoking because it doesn't work.
If you take mushrooms and you have an experience that you describe as mystical, then you'll increase your chance of smoking. But that doesn't tell me whether or not there was something to this notion that they had an experience that was supernatural in any sense.
Well, it's not definitive evidence.
It's not evidence at all.
Oh, sure it is. Oh, sure it is.
No.
How is it? Wait a second. Wait a second. That's wrong.
Okay.
It is evidence. So, because look,
no, he's right.
You want to think through this skeptically. Okay, you have a pharmacological substance, it's psilocybin. You give it to people who are trying to quit smoking. The psilocybin doesn't directly have an impact on the smoking behavior. It has to elicit what's described subjectively as a mystical experience. And you can get physiological indicators of that mystical experience. And you might say, well, that's not enough to prove that it's a mystical experience. But, you know, you're conscious and I accept that. It's like you accept all sorts of things without being able to demonstrate their validity
I was watching some shit called Our Father.
With every possible objective criteria. So don't get in too much of a hurry. It's a serious issue. If you give people psilocybin, for example, and they have a mystical experience, not only are they much more likely to quit smoking, which is really something, but they're also much less likely to suffer from death anxiety if they have cancer. Like, that's quite the thing. And not only that, if you test them a year later and they've had a mystical experience, which the majority of them regard as the most significant one, two, or three experiences of their life, including such things as getting married, their personalities are permanently altered in the direction of more openness to experience and more creativity by a standard deviation. Like, that's walloping effects. So we can't get too much in a hurry about dispensing with all that.
Skepticism, as I repeatedly point out on the show, is not about cynicism. It's not about debunking. And I'm not saying that there is no supernatural and that there is no mystical experience. What I'm saying is the thing that people subjectively describe as, I had an incredibly impactful mystical experience, whether it comes from taking a pharmaceutical, whether it comes from attending a revival church service or hearing a particular preacher, whether it comes from having a particularly impressive sexual experience, all of those things, that is the subjective description of that, which may be because of limitations in language, that they don't have any other. This is the language that infuses culture, so that we have to use that to describe it. But that doesn't in any way serve to confirm that there is any sort of supernatural realm or any sort of supernatural actor.
Well, it depends on how you define supernatural. Like, look, I get your point.
Okay.
And I'm not claiming that the phenomena of psilocybin intoxication is direct proof for the existence of God. I'm not saying that. I am saying...
Although that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Well, people do report personal experiences of that sort of thing. So it's not completely out of the realm of the experience. But it's also because of the problem of the border between the subjective and the objective. It's difficult to probe deeply enough to come up with anything definitive. You know, and I understand that that's a problem. But the supernatural issue, that's a different issue. Like, people are capable of entering different experiential realms where things are qualitatively different to them. The perceptions are different, the thoughts are different, their response to the world is different. They feel that they've died an ego death and transcended their normal mode of perception. Like, maybe that's not part of the supernatural, but then you're starting to define the supernatural pretty narrowly. Like, do you require miracle, like here and now? Something that defies the laws of physics? Or what's your definition of the supernatural?
So there is the natural world.
Yeah.
And then there are people who make claims that something is not part of the natural world, that it has some external supernatural origin. Those are the claims that I don't see how we can make any sort of epistemologically sound confirmation of. I'm fine with accepting that people have these experiences. I've been, I was, for many, many years, a fundamentalist Southern Baptist, and I remember standing in church and feeling what I would have described at the time as the Holy Ghost, sweeping through me. Now, many years later, I look back at that and I say, why did I describe this particular experience this way? It's a unique experience. It's of the same quality as something you might experience from a drug, or I've experienced similar things from music and drugs and sex, but they're not all exactly the same. And this is kind of the caveat that the believers, for any one of them, would use is, the thing you're talking about, when you had awesome sex or you were on drugs, that's not the same as what I felt the Holy Spirit. I felt all of them. The reason I would have said at the time that I had been filled with the Holy Spirit is because everybody around me was saying that too. It's not like I had any sort of any way to demonstrate a causal connection between a Holy Spirit and my experience. It was, I had an experience, and I, like everyone else around me, attributed it to the Holy Spirit.
What was the experience like?
Elation, euphoria. I don't think I ever had visions, but certainly it was an overwhelming sensation. You get the goosebumps or hair on your head. And it was, and I remember fairly distinctly the first time I had a very similar experience outside of church, because it was for listening to secular music that my church would not have allowed. And then I began to look into things from far more of a psychological perspective of what type of impact specific music has on people. And a friend of mine, we've had conversations about the cadence of particular preachers. Because a Southern Baptist minister will have a different cadence than a Pentecostal preacher, and they'll have a different cadence than somebody else, and I won't put on a performance to do them, but we have this intense curiosity as to, are the successful preachers with those cadence in conjunction with the music, are they just tapping into some sort of psychological impact in our brain in order to make us pliable? In the same way that the elevator experiment, where you have everybody face the back of the elevator, somebody walks in and they face the doors, and after a while, a lot of them become uncomfortable and turn around and face the back with everybody else for no reason. It's just compliance.
Well, you don't want those backward facers to attack you,
It would be good. But if we're back to back, I think, anyway.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. Okay, because I think this gets to the heart of some of these issues. So let's say that we can agree that throughout history and before, people were experiencing a set of transcendent emotions that can be evoked by music and dance and other forms of ritual and in a variety of other ways. But there's also a profound proclivity on the part of people, for one reason or another, to attribute those to some sort of supernatural agency.
Yes.
Now, okay, so I want to separate that from another line of thinking. Okay, so let's just leave that aside. So we can think of that as a theory about the origin of religious belief. The experience comes first, it comes along with an implicit hypothesis about supernatural actors behind the scenes eliciting these experiences. Okay, that's in marked distinction to other theories of religious derivation, like Freud's theory, for example, that religion is a defense against death anxiety, or Marx's theory that religion is the opiate of the masses. Right? It's a much more biological theory, the one we're putting forward.
Sure.
Okay, and it seems to me to be a much more credible theory, even though religious movements can be harnessed for economic purposes and for purposes of manipulation and all of that, obviously.
Yeah,
so
I would think that there's any number of explanations I've heard for the origins of religion, and I find almost all of them plausible in different forms, except for the one that asserts that they come directly from a supernatural being.
Well, okay, so that's the one we're gonna pursue, though, because
that was funnier than I thought it was. I was just being honest.
Yeah, well, honesty is often funnier than people think it is.
Boy, don't I know.
So people can have these experiences, and they can be evoked in a variety of ways, and people often find them very valuable, at least in terms of their subjective report.
I agree.
And the psilocybin experiments and also the large-scale analysis of psychedelic drug users, by the way, also indicate that the use of such substances is generally associated with an increment in health rather than a decrement, which is quite interesting, right? It's not something you'd necessarily expect. So here's a question. Why in the world do the people who have these experiences have the proclivity to attribute them to supernatural sources, like to a divine source? Like, what's going on there? Why is that the case?
So best guess, and this is contrary. So the skepticism isn't about, hey, let's debunk this and come up with. But if we were going to go through potential plausible explanations, to me this is very similar to in the 40s and 50s when people were supposedly abducted by aliens or ran into aliens. They had descriptions of aliens that pretty much were varied and often matched the various monsters that you saw in the movies then. After 2001, after Close Encounters of the Third Kind, almost all descriptions of aliens became the almond-headed, this. Mm-hmm. The narrative in the culture about what an alien was
converged.
Yeah. And people were, this is what I experienced. In the same way that people will sometimes cameras will catch orbs, or a particular lighting effect in a house that is supposedly haunted will be perceived as a ghost, as a spiritual, humanoid form. When we, in some cases, can show that that's actually not the case. In other cases, we have no idea what they necessarily saw. But because what people understand about spirits and souls and ghosts is in, the zeitgeist of how we think, it enters the consciousness as a plausible explanation, even if ultimately there's no such thing as ghosts.
But that explains why they converge, but it doesn't explain why the initial impetus is the attribution of the experiences to something supernatural, like to something. See, fair enough.
I'm sure that I'm not convinced that necessarily the natural instinct is to apply it to something supernatural. I think it may be more the case that not only are we pattern recognition machines, but of people who, how you see faces and everything.
Yeah, that's a good hypothesis. That's
And so you see faces, or you anticipate that there's something in the bush out to get you, and when you go and actually investigate and you find there's nothing in the bush out to get you, rather than assuming that you might have been mistaken, maybe it's a spirit.
Yeah, the social psychologists call that the hyperactive agency detector.
And the fact that we can be, before we had a good understanding, we still don't have a good understanding of death and the mind and stuff. But if I'm standing here talking to you and I drop over dead, there's a clear, undeniable difference in me sitting here as an animated being and me laying there as no longer there. And so it seems a natural inference that something about me has left. That doesn't mean that there's actually something about me, like a soul or whatever, that's left. We don't tend to think the same thing when the radio stops working or the television stops working. It's not like the man in the TV has left. It's just off. But it seems that those sorts of natural...
I don't know if you want to use that analogy, because it suggests that whatever's in the TV is coming from an external source. And you're definitely not making that argument with regards to the soul.
Well, the TV station isn't in my living room, so there's at least some external source sending it
Right,
there.
but that's exactly my point.
Yeah, that's all I was going for.
You make a case that consciousness isn't exactly in your head either, even though it's localized there.
So why would I think consciousness is anywhere other than my head?
Well, how do you account for consciousness?
Well, I'm not sure that we can account for consciousness.
This is definitely true.
But
yes. See, and that's
I have no reason to think that it's beyond, what the brain produces. The fact that something's mysterious doesn't mean that. Well, if something's mysterious,
consciousness isn't just mysterious. It's like really mysterious. It's the most mysterious thing.
Okay, well,
right? It's not like ordinary mysterious.
The fact that something is really mysterious to the point where I think you and I would agree that we don't have an explanation for it. Okay, if there was something like that, we'll say that it's maybe consciousness. We agree we don't have an explanation, or at least a complete one for consciousness,
or even a partial one.
Okay, sure.
It seems vaguely associated with the brain.
Really mysterious, and you and I have no explanation for it. As human beings, we're uncomfortable with saying I don't know. This is something I'm trying to teach people to become more comfortable with, is to say I don't know. And so when you ask me about consciousness, my answer is I don't know. But for other people, they're so uncomfortable with I don't know that they posit an explanation that they cannot justify, something that's untestable and unfalsifiable, and that is that there's a ghost in the machine. I can't make that leap because it is entirely speculation without support. It seems intuitively right because of how we view the world. And yet, I would rather say, I don't know, and then continue to explore it, because I worry that by asserting what the explanation is, you stop looking for the actual explanation.
Okay, so you made the case that part of the reason that we assume beings is because there's a being that seems lacking in death. And that was associated, I had asked the question about why people attribute their mystical experiences to supernatural beings. So we kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent there, but it was related. So we could say, well, your idea is something like people personify the soul for obvious reasons, and they also have a hyperactive agency detector, and so it's the combination of whatever mechanisms that produce that allow them to attribute supernatural personification to the source of mystical experiences. It's something like that. Yeah, okay. So let me ask you something. We'll get back to that, maybe.
Is the bill? Okay, let's see how everyone is doing in Dislight. The weakest player will have to...
Thank you guys so much. The screen, so you can be aware it's going on.
Great perspective, or a medical student of religious thought and a serious philosopher. The one
something to this notion that they had an experience that was supernatural in it, that I had been filled with the Holy Spirit, is because everybody around me was saying that too. It's not
agency detector, and so it's the combination of whatever mechanisms that produce
fear we would lose if people stopped believing that there was a God, or believing there was value.
We'd lose the metaphoric substrate of our ethos, and we'd be lost.
And so I'm
I think Nietzsche
an
was right about
uneducated. So I really want to know, and I'm not being a dick. I want to know what you mean by metaphorical substrate, because saying we're going to lose it. So there's the idea. When I ask what do you think we're going to lose, there's two things. One is there's something that you and I would both agree we should try to keep.
Yeah.
And there are other things that you and I might disagree on whether or not we should keep it. Because when people say to me, oh, if we go down the road with Dostoevsky, that, if there is no God, everything's permissible. First of all, I don't think that's remotely true, because I have...
He makes a pretty vicious case for it, beyond...
And despite the fact that it sounds monumentally arrogant, I think I can demolish that case in about 2 minutes with his secular morality lecture. But...
Well, I think the first part of that statement is right, but not the second one.
And we could find out. But the thing is, there would be two categories of things that you and others might be fearful we would lose. Some of which I might agree we should definitely not lose these things.
Yeah.
Others I might be absolutely fine with losing.
Like that it's wrong to throw Sam Harris off a stage.
Yeah. I don't plan on doing that.
But we both agreed
crossed my mind at one point.
We both agreed that was probably wrong.
Yes.
So, okay, so that's good.
Probably.
Yeah.
See, I'm a situational ethicist, and so there might be situations. If the stage were on fire, throwing Sam off would be the best thing I could do for him. So what do you think? What do you think we're likely to lose? What bothers you? And when you say metaphorical substrate, I'm probably just monumentally ignorant, but I really don't think I have a good understanding of what you mean.
Well, there's levels of thought. I mean, every thought structure, let's say, every belief structure, is multi-level, like a piece of music. And there's the word in a phrase, and then there's the phrase, and then there's the sentence, and then there's the paragraph, and then there's the sequence of paragraphs within which the paragraphs are uttered. And then there's a broader context of interpretation within which all of that is interpreted. And then there's our emotional and motivational similarity. And then there's our embodiment in the world. And all of those things are operative at all times when we're understanding one another. And as you move outside the realm of the linguistic, like the paragraph level, let's say, into the realm of the emotional and motivational and embodied, you also move into the metaphorical. And the metaphorical is structured in a particular way. And this is quite well documented, by the way. I mean, if you look at how the hemispheres interact, so the left hemisphere, broadly speaking, and I'm not oversimplifying this except that we don't have much time, is linguistic. But the linguistic utterances are understood in the context provided more by the right hemisphere, which is nonverbal and which attends to things like the music of language. And so at the bottom of a linguistic structure, there's something that's extra-linguistic, and it tends to take form in metaphor and narrative and drama and that sort of thing. And the religious landscape is the narrative, metaphor, drama landscape. And if you disrupt it, then you blow apart the widest possible context within which the specific utterances are rendered comprehensible.
Okay, so I followed all that, shockingly. Anytime you were talking about science and hemispheres and all this other stuff. So when you're talking about the broader context, if we lose belief in a God, we lose that metaphorical substrate that is the broader context in which we evaluate these narratives.
Yeah, that really grinds them into our bodies. That makes them things we believe rather than just think.
Sure. But
see, you didn't
what
just
is it about
think.
the
You
narrative?
didn't just think that it was wrong to throw Sam off the stage. Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Well,
See, there's a difference between thinking something and believing it, because to believe it, it has to be thought incarnated. It has to be embodied.
When I talk about it, belief is the state of being convinced that a proposition is true or literally true. It's everything that I try to do, I tend to view as a form of propositional reason. So when we talk about the narrative,
yeah, that's a problem, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you can't reduce the world to a set of propositions.
Why not?
Oh, look.
Show me something that is true in the world that is not a
Oh, my
proposition.
bad. I am definitely concentrating right now.
Something that is demonstrably true that I could not put in a proposition.
Oh, that's easy. You sure you want to go there?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Okay. Okay.
If I'm wrong, I want to know I'm wrong. But I'm trying to. For years, I had this thing going where people would say, "Oh," and this is kind of what we're getting at from a different angle. I would say they would be afraid of what we would lose if we lost religion, and I basically said, demonstrate to me any benefit.
Oh, you'd lose art and poetry and drama and narrative and story.
Are there no godless artists and poets?
Well, there are artists and poets who think they're godless.
So we might have crossed over into a problem area because
no doubt.
I don't actually. I can't draw for crap, although I do draw during the show. But one of the individuals who came to the show the other night handed me something that she had spent a great deal of time drawing. She's a wonderful artist. I'm very grateful to get it. And, while I pretend to read minds on stage, I constantly acknowledge that I can't actually read minds. So I can't tell you whether or not she actually believes in a God, but I can tell you that I actually don't believe in a God, and I could write poetry. Huh?
But you act like you do. That's why you didn't throw Sam off the stage.
No, now you're making a claim. Okay, so I'm telling you I don't believe there's a God, And your response to that is, I really do, because I have a moral sense. But my moral sense is utterly without any appeal to a God.
Explicitly.
Or implicitly.
Maybe. That's not so obvious.
Okay, it's really...
See, because you regard Sam Harris as an implicitly valuable entity, because otherwise you'd just throw him off the stage. And then the question is, well, just exactly why is he an implicitly valuable entity? What's your metaphysics of that?
I don't think he's implicitly valuable in the sense... I don't think he's implicitly valuable in the sense that the universe has implied that there's something explicit about it. For me, morality is far simpler than something...
No, wait, I'm doubtful about that. You know that, like,
maybe you're the mind reader.
Well, maybe.
Because you've already suggested that despite me sitting here and having talked about this for decades, that I don't believe in God, that I actually do because I have a moral code. But my moral code, which I
was more specific. I said it was because you didn't want to throw Sam off the stage.
Yes, but you didn't even attempt to ask me why I didn't throw Sam off the stage. Instead, you went to, why do you think Sam has implicit value? Because it seems that in your narrative, that's the only justification.
Well, maybe you were afraid of being punished.
I think, no. I think you can have a perfectly acceptable foundation for secular morality, even if it fundamentally centers around selfishness. I'd rather not be thrown off the stage. It's in my best interest to encourage that sort of understanding in others, and therefore I will not throw him off the stage. I would rather not have my stuff stolen, and it's in my best interest to encourage others not to do that, so I will not steal stuff, and I will work with others to ensure that the people who steal stuff are punished. It is a virtually pragmatic moral system.
Why do you think it's not in your best interest to have stuff stolen from you or to be thrown off the stage?
Why is it not in my best interest?
Yeah. No, you don't get to think, oh, that's self-evident. It's like nothing's self-evident to the skeptic. Let's keep that in mind.
Oh. Well, so,
because if we're going to get skeptical here, we might as well go all the way to the bottom.
For Sam and I, the foundations, and we're not the only ones, but I tend to reference Sam just because if I say this, then somebody will say, well, that's exactly what Sam Harris says, except that, I was given this lecture before he wrote his book. But his book is better than my lecture, so read his book. When I talk about this, I'm talking about well-being is the language that Sam uses. I don't care whether or not somebody else considers that morality. I would think at a minimum, would you and I agree
that whole well-being thing, man, as a basis for a metaphysics, that's just a
We're not basing metaphysics on it.
Sam is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is, because he's out to maximize well-being.
You can take it up with Sam.
Well, okay, sorry. You think I'm wrong about that claim? That's what I understood.
I don't think Sam's saying anything metaphysical about it. I think so. Here's the thing: we are physical beings.
Well, it's his fundamental claim, so it's sort of at the basis of his ethic. And so he says, well, we should work to maximize people's well-being, or at least to. Well, he does a bit more than that, because he says we should minimize their suffering.
He's not maximize, minimize in this sense of simple consequentialism. Let me do this.
Okay.
We're physical beings in a physical universe, and the laws that dictate how things work in the universe, they are the ultimate arbiters of what is or isn't in our best interest, whether we know it or not. So, for example, so far as I can tell...
Then why do you need free will?
I don't think
why do you believe in
will.
it, then? Why do you attribute agency to things if the laws of the universe can
get to that one point?
Well, yeah, but there was a contradiction.
Because free will isn't relevant to this.
It is if the laws of the universe are what are dictating what's good for us.
No, because if you chop off my head, that is clearly not good for me. And it doesn't matter whether it was an act of free will or if it was my lawnmower.
It's clearly not good for you because you think you're valuable and worth preserving.
Yes.
Okay, that's the issue. Why do you think you're valuable and worth preserving?
Because I am the descendants of people who thought they were valuable and worth preserving, and the ones who didn't think that have killed themselves. But this is not a statement about... This is not a statement about intrinsic value.
I don't know. Yes, I think it is. Okay, but I think it is.
Okay. The reason that we talk about this in terms of well-being is because irrespective of whether or not I care about well-being, there are facts about well-being.
Sure, let's hear it, man. Line those suckers up.
If you chop off my head, it's in contradiction to my well-being. I mean,
No, I wasn't willing to grant that, actually.
Okay.
I'm saying that's a metaphysical presupposition. You're just saying I have to accept that.
No, I'm not telling you at all what to accept.
Sure you are. You're saying
I'm trying to explain what my position is.
Okay, but you said that wouldn't be in accordance with your well-being. Okay, that's a metaphysical statement or philosophical statement. It's not an obvious fact.
That chopping off somebody's head is contrary to their well-being.
Depends on how you define well-being.
Sure.
Yeah, but it matters.
But if you define well-being as this glass of water, we're no longer talking about the same thing.
Well, you can define well-being. That's fine. That's what I'm waiting for.
This is what I'm...
You can't do it. You can't define well-being.
Well, then why should I try? I certainly can't do it if you keep telling me I can't do it.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll back off. There's a... Go ahead. I'm all ears.
So, the primary objection to mine and Sam's position that keeps coming back is, why should anybody care about well-being? And we both will acknowledge that this is, in fact, a subjective preference. There are people who are going to care about well-being. There are people who aren't. The second objection is that well-being is not clearly defined. Both of us have acknowledged this. It's not...
You won't believe the deals at Ollie's. Stuff for your home, we've got it. Staying cool inside, sprucing up outside, do it. Come on down and save.
Ollie's! Good stuff, cheap! Mike Marzicano, outsider, businessman, pro-term limits, swamp trainer, just like Donald Trump.
If we're saying we have all the answers to how to go about living a better life, we're just saying that however we're going to define well-being, which is, I say you can start with a couple of foundations. You can start with death is preferable to life, but you don't get very far that way.
Stop suffering.
No, I'm saying you could start with death is preferable to life, but you don't get very far that way because...
Yeah, you do. You stop suffering. You just die.
Yes.
Right, so you can start with the presupposition.
Except that when you're dead, you're not being, so there's no well-being.
Well, that's... That's not necessarily the
case. If we're looking for the best things about our life, you can't say death is better.
Yeah, you can.
Well, I know that you can say it.
People do all the time. They do. No, look.
They can express their preference, but their preference can be wrong. How can it possibly be better for your life if you're dead?
What if you, are a terminal burn victim with cancer?
So this is the point that I was getting to. I am perfectly fine with the idea that for certain instances, there may be occasions that death is preferable to an individual over life. But when we're speaking in broader terms, if we're talking about let's create the best society we can, let's create the best quality of life we can for people, death is not that across the board. That doesn't mean that there aren't individual exceptions. So the foundations that I started with, you can start with death is better than life, but blah, blah, blah. If you start with life is generally preferable to death, health is generally preferable to sickness, happiness is generally preferable to sadness. None of these are absolute locked in stone rules. From those things...
Okay, so if you start with them.
Yes, if you
start... So you're not skeptical about those claims?
Wow.
Well, I'm asking...
I came out and said that I wasn't going to be trying to straw man you left and right. And now every time I say something, you're like, oh, so you're not skeptical about that.
Well, I'm trying to...
I haven't gotten
sorry, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to understand where your argument begins.
Well, it seems odd that you would come out with, so you're not skeptical about that.
Well, that's a question.
While I'm on my skepticism tour, while I'm in mid-sentence to describe that these are the general foundations that you start with.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Those are, okay, so, but what you're saying, if you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be difficult. You're saying that those are your starting positions. Those are the things that you accept.
I'm saying they can be.
Faith.
No.
Oh, you have a rationale for them.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
You already have. Life is generally preferable to death because we're talking about our life, and death is generally not in the interest of the living. It can be an exception. This is the point that I was getting to. So you can start with those foundations. You can start with any three that you found. You can pick three arbitrary foundations. And the one aspect that makes a secular moral system distinct from religious pronouncements and divine command theory and those sorts of things is that the secular moral system has as its goal the object of getting better at getting better, which means if you find out that one of your foundations is wrong or in conflict with something else, you can now change that. You can start with death is preferable to life, and then when you find out that it's not working that well,
Yo,
you
appreciate
change
it.
that foundation. I think that these foundations, based on the evidence of how people tend to live their lives and what they care about, are a good set of three. There could be better ones that somebody come up with. I'm open to revision on any of these at any time. But to say that I'm not skeptical about them is exactly the opposite of what I am. Because skepticism is about I'm not going to accept something as true without good reason. And it's about being open to revision. If you and I agree that we care about a good life isn't very well defined. And we may have different ideas about what good life is, but if we could actually just sit here and take notes, I think that we'd come across maybe a handful of things that we would agree would make for a good life. If we take those and compare them to the foundations of a secular moral system like what I'm describing, we can determine, non-subjectively, whether or not the list we've come up with are consistently approachable from that foundation. And we can do that for religious morality as well. The analogy that I've used in the past is, for example, a game of chess. There's nothing about the universe that requires that we care about chess or care about the rules of chess. The rules of chess are arbitrary. Somebody made them up. We changed them. We added en passant. We added castling. We did things like that. We have the rules of chess. We don't always know what the best move is. But if the goal of the game is to win, or at a minimum, not lose, then we can analyze the moves with respect to the consequences and with respect to the goal of winning and determine which moves are better and which moves are worse. That is what a secular moral system does because it allows revision, whereas religious systems don't allow for revision. There's not a Bible 3.0. There's not a Quran 2.0. There's no new revelation from God to say, hey, I said all this stuff about slavery, now I'm opposed to it. Or, hey, I was really down on homosexuals, but now I'm okay with it. Hey, when I said that here's what caused diseases, or that you were unclean and shouldn't enter the temple, all those things are actually wrong. The germ theory of disease is right. And none of that's come out.
Well, there is kind of a Bible 2.0. That was the New Testament.
Well, so that is the update for the Christians, except that it's worse than the first one.
Well, that's not exactly the point. The point is there was an update. So,
in the update, it's not like Jesus came along and said, hey, in Exodus 21, where I was saying you could have slaves and beat them, we got that wrong, or you got that wrong. That correction's never given. That thing about, in Leviticus, where we point out that women are worth 2/3 of that of a man, we got that wrong. None of that's corrected. In fact, the reason I say it got worse, although I didn't know we were going to go down the biblical route tonight, is that if you look at Jewish tradition, when you're dead, you sleep with your fathers. There's no real clear notion of an afterlife. And then with the introduction of the New Testament, what you get is infinite torture and punishment for finite crimes, which is immoral.
All right, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole at the moment, although I'd be perfectly happy to do it. If we get there. Well,
because they want us to go to questions here in a minute.
Oh, okay. So I want to address the rule system that you're putting together. Okay. So I was talking to a friend of mine who's an AI engineer. He's a very smart guy, and we've been talking about the foundations of cognition. And you know that artificial intelligence systems don't run on rules. Right?
Well, some of them do.
Well,
and certainly they run on an operating system that is full of rules.
That's actually not relevant in this case.
But that's the
because
physical
they can
foundation.
operate on all sorts of different operating systems.
Well,
but okay, so
there's a foundation. The foundation I'm pointing to is the physical facts of the universe, and that would be roughly consistent with the hardware and the operating system that you're running on. But I'm sorry.
Okay, no. I mean that's a reasonable objection too. But look, one of the things that happened and I think this is one of the problems with we can generate a rational system of rules that can govern our behavior approach, is that since the 1980s, people have been trying to build rule-based expert systems that can do relatively simple things. Relatively simple. They're not that simple. Like basic medical diagnosis. They don't work. don't work. You can't get them to operate intelligently, which is why machine learning came about to begin with. Because whatever machine learning is doing and allowing for predictions, it doesn't seem easily decomposable to a set of listable rules and a map of their interactions. The world doesn't seem to work that way. And I would say, back to the metaphysical substrate argument, you laid forward a set of propositions, and the reason I was perhaps inappropriately torturing you about them is because there's a metaphysic under them. There's something that's driving you to put those forward as reasonable. You say, well, they're self-evidently reasonable. See, my question is... I didn't actually say that way. Well, it's something like that, because you said, well, reasonable people could agree on these three or something similar. It seems to me that what you're saying is that there's a set of finite axioms that reasonable people could conceivably agree on, from which you could generate a rule-based moral system. Have I got that wrong? I thought that's what you said.
It's curious because I didn't say that, but it's very close to something that I have said in the past, which is, for any given situation, there's a finite set of actions that a person could take. And some set of those actions are better than others with respect to whatever the goal is. If the goal is to continue, a decent life or improve the quality of life, some set of one or more actions that you could take in this instant produces results that are better in ways that we would agree they're better. Like throwing Sam off the stage. If we were in that situation,
must be an unconscious fantasy going on here or something, eh? Because we keep returning to that.
And it's fun. But one of the possible actions of this set of actions would be for me to throw him off the stage. Another possible set of action would be for me to, shield him. It is clear, and you can say that I'm just saying it's self-evident. It is clear that one of those is going to be more in Sam's best interest, and perhaps even more in mine, than another. That's all we're saying. We're not pretending remotely that we have the answer to every possible scenario, just that we have the foundational tool set that allows us to come up with the right answers. And we do this in opposition.
But you also think that you can do that with a set of rules?
So first
See,
of all,
I actually don't think that's technically tenable. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Well, you can't build expert systems, for example.
Well, you can't say that you can't, because...
Well, we've tried for about 40 years with no success.
Gee, 40 years out of 13.7 billion, and we haven't cracked it yet, so it's impossible?
But 40 years of exponentially increasing computational power with no solution on the horizon except for AI.
So, and the latest AI thing, which I absolutely love, because I'm a chess player, is the DeepMind AlphaZero thing that learned the entirety of what humans know about playing chess in 4 hours or so, and then beat the best previous chess computer. And people are saying, oh, it's the beginning of Skynet, because now we have this sort of thinking. However, that method produced better results of letting it play itself with chess, giving it no opening book, giving it no history of chess, nothing. Well,
that's my point.
It didn't give it no rules. It gave it the rules of chess and the goal of the game.
Yes, but it didn't give it rules about how to play the game.
Correct.
Right, and that's because rule-based systems about how to play a game aren't optimal.
No.
That's why.
What happened is the AI...
Credit Karma helps members get approved for a credit card 66% more often with Karma Confidence technology. But if you purchase odd with wheelbarrow cash, you probably don't need a card. Get the money app that shows your...
took the rules of how to play the game and what the winning goal is, and it experimented and found the best ways to achieve that goal. And I think that's what human beings have done throughout the entirety of history. We're beings in a physical universe. We have the rules. The goal is to survive, and I would say the goal should be to thrive. And we are continually finding the best rules and the best methods. This exactly mirrors the moral system I'm talking about. The idea that there is someone on high telling the computer, don't play H4 as your first move. We threw that out because that's not the best way to find out things. Instead, we plopped the computer down just as we were plopped down in a universe when we gained consciousness and began interacting. And the computer, in the span of a few hours, discovered everything that humanity has discovered about chess. And now they are applying it to the sort of diagnostic things you were talking about. I think that is directly analogous to what the best explanation of what human beings have done. And what happens, from my perspective, is that the thinking about morality is so difficult
sort of life inventory to figure out, hey, what's best for us? I mean, even figuring out what the goal of the game is harder for some people, and so they accept and fall into these traps of like authoritarian models of this is what your goal is. And the thing that's probably frustrated me the most, which I talked about on a college campus last year, is if the government was running around dictating to people what their job was going to be, what their future was going to be, as some regimes have done, nobody would appreciate that. Nobody, almost nobody. I'm sure somebody would be, very happy, thank you, I couldn't figure out what to do. I'm glad I'm going to be, a brain surgeon, even though I don't know anything about it. But if the government was dictating things like that, there would be revolts. There have been revolts. And yet, curiously, when people think there's a God or a divine being or some cosmic consciousness or collective consciousness that has dictated a goal for them, they celebrate it. And that contradiction has bugged me for years.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that systems of belief, let's say, including religious systems of belief, can evolve into a kind of totalitarian rigidity. I don't think you can necessarily lay that at the feet of religious belief. I mean, human systems...
No, I'm laying it all at humans.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's okay, so it's fine.
I just view humans using religion in that way.
Yeah. So what do we do to close? Because I heard you said that we have to take questions.
Hey, we're going to take some questions. Because I could actually...
Sorry, I didn't mean to commandeer that. I was just curious about timing.
You could have just as easily said it. I'd be happy for another 5 hours talking, but then they charge us a fortune, and all these people have questions that are better than the ones I'm going to come up with. So there's microphones actually up like, yes, where that guy, oh my gosh, he's lit up where we can see him. A couple quick notes about questions. And by the way, thank you. This has been great, and we'll talk some more. This is where I get to have a bit of fun.
I like listening to both of them. I listen to more Matt Dillahunty than Peterson. That's because Matt just has way more content. But Peterson is definitely somebody I enjoy listening to.
Just to hopefully enlighten a bit more what you mean by God, do you think that if all humanity were to cease to exist, does God still exist?
I don't think I know how to answer that. It's just, the situation is too hypothetical. I mean, I can take a crack at some of it, but... So human beings are characterized by consciousness and by self-consciousness, and the latter in particular seems to be something relatively unique. There's some vague evidence for self-consciousness of lower sorts in animals, but it's not very compelling. Some of them can recognize themselves in a mirror, but our self-consciousness is accompanied by elaborated imagistic and linguistic models of ourselves that have been elaborated over large spans of time. There are lots of elements of being that would disappear if we disappeared. Now, and it isn't even obvious to what extent that's true, right? Because I don't really understand to what degree being itself is dependent on consciousness. Like the classic materialist Enlightenment view, which I would say is basically a 19th century view, something like that, is that if all consciousness was extinguished, the material substrate of the universe would continue unchanged. But I don't really buy that as an argument, because I think that the material substrate, I think that reality is some weird, I think that reality is an interaction between what we perceive of as the material substrate and consciousness itself. And so that when you destroy consciousness, you destroy reality. And what that leaves, I don't really understand. Because it doesn't have any temporality in any obvious sense. It doesn't have any size in any obvious sense without the introduction of an invisible observer. So lots vanishes without human consciousness and self-consciousness. I don't know how to answer the question, does God vanish? Because that brings us back into the same problem that I was talking about earlier, is that it's not exactly easy to understand what people are talking about when they say God. You know, because when you ask the question, would God disappear? There's an assumption there that whatever God is understandable and boxable, like a simple concept, like a chair, and that we both share the same conception. And, you know, there's endless warnings in deep religious literature against understanding, against assuming that you understand what that term means, or sometimes even for using the term. So that's the best I'm going to be able to do with that question.
Thank you. Hey there. So my question is about something that Matt said, but I'd actually like to get Dr. Peterson to address it first, if that's okay. So Matt, you said that some people are not willing to put in the work of developing sort of their own moral system, and they like turn to religion to free them from the burden of that thought. But doesn't it make sense on some level to view religion as like an archival system that holds truth? Like if we abandon that, are we not then just in a place where everyone is forced to invent their own morality for themselves throughout their life, and then like a baby born has to try to achieve that again? Like that seems like, from an operative level, just an impossible system to set up that would ever get you anywhere. So I'm just wondering how you resolve that conflict.
That was Nietzsche's critique, essentially.
Well, I'm not trying to set up the system. I think the system's already set up. So my goal is not to rid the world of religion. That's just a fortunate side effect from my goals. My goal is to have the best understanding of reality that I can, and for other people to do so as well. Now, when I talk about religion, there are things within religious histories, within religious teachings that are passed down, which are true and good and useful. And there's no reason to think that any of those things would go away if we stopped believing in a God, because they are true and good and useful whether there is a God or not. If the thing that we're worried about is, and I've asked people before, and I apologize if anybody's bothered by this, but there are people who are like, oh, if you don't believe in a God, what keeps you from running around raping and killing people? And I was like, so if you became convinced today that your belief in God was unfounded and you were forced by reason to give it up, would you run around and start doing that? And there are people who will say yes, and I hopefully, optimistically don't believe them, but we know that there are people who do that. But the truth about what is good and useful is true whether a particular religion survives or not. And we don't lose that because children aren't born with an understanding of morality. They learn that. They are educated by their parents. They are taught. They explore the world. Everybody does, in fact, go through the effort of creating and understanding their own morality. It's just that we adopt things from figures around us who show evidence that they are smarter and understand this better as a shorthand. We ride on the shoulders of giants. The curious question is, and I ask this for people ostensibly who are Christian, who believe in both a God and a devil, is how did
I was paying for in-flight Wi-Fi for months before I finally caught it. Tribble uncovers hidden subscriptions and notifies you.
Were killed when a gunman opened fire. This was at a supermarket in a largely black neighborhood in Buffalo.
I seen the guy go in, army style, bent over, just shooting at people, and I heard him shooting at people, and then I saw 3 people laying down.
Officials say that Peyton Gendron, a white 18-year-old man, was wearing body armor and military-style clothing when he pulled up yesterday at the Tops Friendly Market and began shooting. He picked that spot specifically for its demographics, according to officials. They say he drove for more than 200 miles away to carry out the attack in an area that had a significant black population.
He was very heavily armed. He had tactical gear. He had a tactical helmet on. He had a camera that he was live streaming what he was doing.
The suspect was immediately arraigned on first-degree murder charges, and more charges are expected to follow. Federal agencies are now investigating the shooting as a potential hate crime and a case of racially motivated domestic terrorism.
Now, authorities say 11 of the 13 people shot by this white suspect were black. They're reviewing a 180-page manifesto reportedly written by the shooter, where he describes his perceptions about the dwindling size of the white population. CNN's Polo Sandoval is with us from Buffalo right now. Polo, what else have you learned about this shooting thus far?
Yeah, certainly some disturbing details that investigators are basically poring over in that manifesto that you just mentioned. As for the neighborhood itself, Christy Boris, the air is certainly heavy with sorrow as this community will be waking up as they continue to mourn the loss of many of their community members. The yellow tape that you see still surrounding the grocery store this morning, it will likely be up for some time, just given the broad nature of this investigation, a very deep nature of this investigation, as authorities were very quickly announced that they will be handling this, at least at the federal level, as racially motivated violent extremism. In fact, just a few hours after that heavily armed and armor-wearing suspect allegedly pulled up to this grocery store, the federal authorities were very quick to say that he was fueled by hate as he got out of this vehicle and very methodically began to shoot people in this parking lot before he went inside. At the end, 13 people were shot, 10 of them killed. 11 of the victims were black. So that's certainly something that just paints a clear picture of what happened here, and also speaks to the apparent motivation that investigators are working with right now. In terms of where he came from, we're talking about a 3-hour drive southeast of here, close to the Pennsylvania border. I want you to hear directly from Erie County Sheriff John Garcia as he tries to just describe how this investigation is being handled at this point.
This was pure evil. It was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community, outside of the city of good neighbors, as the mayor said, coming into our community and trying to get evil upon us.
That suspect already charged with first-degree murder yesterday afternoon, but as you mentioned a while ago, those charges will likely begin to add up with more charges expected, not to mention that federal component of this investigation. But there's so much evidence to pour over. There's the 180-page manifesto that investigators are looking into that they believe may have been written by that suspect and had been posted online just days before the shooting itself, and also witness statements, and then, of course, what he could potentially tell investigators as well, as we today will seek to learn more about the people, the families affected, including a security guard that tried to actually shoot the suspect. In fact, actually managed to land around, but because the suspect was wearing that body armor, that round was ineffective, and that's when the suspect, police say, turned his attention on that security guard and then shot and killed him. In terms of what we also expect will be more about what the state authorities will be doing. I had an opportunity to speak briefly with Attorney General Letitia James yesterday, who says among many different things that they'll be reviewing will be social media platforms, including some of these live streaming platforms, including the one that was used to live stream a portion of that attack. Of course, that company has spoken out more, saying that they are devastated, and they took down that live stream only minutes after the violence began.
Hello, Sandoval. We appreciate all of the details. Thank you so much. I want to go to CNN White House reporter Jasmine Wright. Jasmine, always good to see you. I know President Biden has been briefed on this shooting, obviously. What is the response from the White House?
Well, President Biden is mourning the victims of this tragic shooting, but he's also calling for action after he was briefed on Saturday. In a statement released late last night, he said that more needs to be learned about the motivations of the shooting, making way really for a thorough investigation. And he also said, Christy Boris, one thing is clear, and I want to read you this part. He said, a racially motivated motivated hate crime is abhorrent to the very fabric of this nation. Any act of domestic terrorism, including an act perpetrated in the name of a repugnant white nationalist ideology, is antithetical to everything we stand for in America. Now, the president added that we must do everything in our power to end the hate-fueled domestic terrorism. And in the statement released last night, he also thanked first responders and other law enforcement officials. Now, we will see the president today leaving his home here in Wilmington, heading to Washington, D.C., where he is expected to attend the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, where he and the First Lady will lay a wreath and also give remarks. Now, I think we can expect the president to tap into that role of consoler in chief, really returning to that as this nation mourns this tragic event. Christy?
This is your ship, correct?
Oh, yeah. That's my ship. It's my pride and joy. The Invincible. I mean, it's our ship, actually. This is the captain, so technically they are in charge.
Oh, you're in charge. So, this ship is your responsibility.
I swear, if one more thing blows up on my ship, I'm gonna lose it.
Warning, large object on collision course with ship. Brace for impact. It's up to the captain. They haven't let us down yet.
Captain, something is there. We don't have this situation all under control.
It all comes down, and when you do that, to bad leadership.
Consider that there is no right answer. Have we been here before? People who trusted you.
Which means that if I'm seeing it, I must be crazy, but I'm not crazy.
Everything has to end.
Can I go? Can I come back? And I always come back.
And everything has to begin.
Just
Shut the fuck up. Them glasses built like a fucking square.
Well, at least I can see you fucking round-headed, smooth-faced ass nigga. Boy, you got no details in your face.
I got no details in my face. There's details everywhere.
Details where, nigga? You look easy to draw.
Shut the...
resident in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you so much. Let's get straight to some expert analysis now with CNN national security analyst Juliet Kayyem. Juliet, always great to have you. Always unfortunate that it's often under these circumstances. CNN has independently obtained this shooter's alleged writings, much of it lifted directly from the darkest corners of the internet. The shooter describing himself as a white supremacist, as an anti-Semite, exposing that fringe conspiracy theory that white people are being systematically replaced in this country. It's very similar to other far-right terrorists that we've seen before. This strikes me as a copycat type attack. Is that a fair assessment?
It is, and I think it exposes, I think, the limitations of the way we tend to think about these kinds of attacks as sort of lone wolf. What can we learn about him? What motivated him? I think what we see is that there's an entire apparatus of, connective tissue, connecting these cases, connecting this hate, and supporting essentially the efforts that we saw, the hunt that we saw on Saturday. The manifesto itself is not rambling. We shouldn't think of these people as crazy. It's actually just absorbing the language of hate that we hear in the public space, that we hear in the media space, and in particular, as you note, the white replacement theory of racism, and it matters because white replacement theory is based on a belief that the pie is limited, the American pie is limited, and that the existence of the other, in this case, African Americans, but we've seen it with Hispanic Americans in the rampage in Texas, the existence of them threatens my ability as the white man to be able to exist in America, and therefore it justifies violence. In other words, it is not just racism, it is a violent racism because you have to rid yourself of these people, and this is the motivation that is leading to what we call, violent extremism. This isn't just mere extremism. It is violent extremism because it's justified in their theory of, I have to protect my piece of the pie.
And that kind of thinking is echoed often, even by some of the most popular hosts on cable news. And other similar terrorists, people that we know shot up a mosque in New Zealand, a church in South Carolina. The shooter in his own writing seems to acknowledge that he was radicalized online, just an 18-year-old kid. Walk us through that process of radicalization.
There are two types of lizard or reptilian kind of beings. When they appear on Earth, they try to do it covertly. Some come from it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
We should probably talk about your book.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. The way it opens is very... So we should tell people that you
We're like
are
really
from...
transitioning.
Yes, why not?
No, I love it.
We should tell people you're from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And you did your bat mitzvah at the temple where the Pittsburgh shooter.
Yeah.
And so that was, like, just tell people.
Sure. So I grew up in Squirrel Hill, which is like pretty much down the street from Mr. Rogers. Like, it was quite literally Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. He's from there. And it was an amazing place to grow up. I became a bat mitzvah in 1997, and it happened at Tree of Life. I actually was a member of a different synagogue called Beth Shalom, but there had been this fire, and so all of the kids who were becoming a bar bat mitzvah that year did it at Tree of Life. And, in the same way that people think about 9/11 as a date, I think about also October 27, 2018, because that morning I was in Arizona to give a speech to a group, and I looked at my phone around 10 in the morning to my family WhatsApp chat, and my youngest sister had just said, there's a shooter at Tree of Life. And my thought immediately went to my dad, because my dad is kind of what we think of as like a promiscuous Jew. Like, he goes to different synagogues, he pays membership dues at various ones. He likes the sermons at one and the scotch at another. And I thought that there was a good possibility that he was there. Thank God he was not there. But my mom wrote back, we're going to know people there. My dad knew most of the people. 11 people were killed. It was the most lethal anti-Semitic attack in all of American history. I knew several of the people that were killed. And I was supposed to actually go to Israel the next day on a reporting trip to report on this fascinating archaeological dig. But I ended up putting that trip off, doing that story later, and just spending the week to see what happens to a community when something like this goes down. Because, like, we read about mass shootings all the time, right? So much so that they become kind of an abstraction. And I don't report on this stuff, so I had never borne witness to what unfolds. And it was a really transformative week. And I write this in the book, but I feel like in retrospect, I had spent my life on a kind of holiday from history, both because I'm a Jew of the post-war era, which is to say, I'm part of the luckiest diaspora in all of Jewish history. Like, the Jews, since the end of World War II in this country, have had it better than we've ever had it ever before. And all of the kind of mythology about what America could be, the idea that it's a shining city on a hill, the idea that it's a new Jerusalem, like, I was raised on those ideas. And even though anti-Semitic things happened to me, like, speaking of Catholic school, like, I would wait for the school bus to my Jewish day school with my sister, and there was this Catholic school bus that would drive by, and they would scream, kikes and dirty Jews and wear your horns. And I remember in high school, someone telling me to pick up pennies. Like, things happened, but it all kind of, like, didn't register. It really rolled off my back because I saw those as, like, vestiges from an earlier and uglier time, like something that those people should be embarrassed about, not something that said anything about me. And, even after Pittsburgh, though, I was kind of like, you could still delude yourself into thinking, like, this is a one-off. It shouldn't change, the fundamental Jewish American assessment of our experience here and our place of belonging here. But then 6 months later to the day, there's another white supremacist attack on a synagogue in Poway, California. And then we've had this rash of violent anti-Semitic attacks happening in the New York area, which I hope we'll talk about. But it's weird because I grew up in a very political family. Like, my dad's a political conservative. My mom's a liberal. We're obsessed with politics. We were always talking about politics, and we're always talking about, like, Jews, right? Like, we're a really proudly Jewish family. And so it wasn't that I thought anti-Semitism had died. Like, I watched anti-Semitism as it was sort of resurging in countries like France and England and Western Europe. But I sort of looked at all of that with some level of distance and maybe even a little condescension. Like, we're sort of inoculated from that disease in America. America's singular. America is sort of separate from the tragedy of so much of Jewish history. And I have to say that, like, it sounds naive, but I was sort of shocked to see it, that it's here too, and that we haven't escaped from it. And I mean, that awakening happened a little bit before Pittsburgh, it happened, I think it was April 2017, you'll correct me. When was the Charlottesville March? Remember the Unite the Right March?
Jamie will find out.
But I remember being shocked, right, when those people were marching and they were shouting blood and soil, like Blut and Boden, which is a Nazi slogan.
And the Jew will not replace us.
Exactly, right? The Jew will not replace us. And when I heard August 2017. When I heard the Jews will not replace us, right? I heard it in, like, the plain meaning of that phrase. Like, the Jew is not going to take my job. The Jew is not going to, like, take my job at the corner office or whatever. But in fact, it was like a reflection of this replacement theory ideology, which is that brown people and black people and Muslims and immigrants are coming to replace our white civilization. And the Jew's job is basically to pass as a white person, but in fact do the bidding of these people that we deem to be not pure. That is a deeply, deeply ancient anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
LOL at white supremacy. The fuck? Are you really that detached from reality? From an artist who likes to paint the truth? Irony.
The story there is that the Jews go to Pontius Pilate and say,
this woman speaking is a liberal white woman.
Yes. And in the mythology of that story, the Jews get what was then the most powerful empire.
And see, here's the thing about white supremacy and European and white culture is that all people who look like this can be considered white. But then as a subcategory, most white people understand that they have a subcategory because she's white, but she's Jewish. And you can be white, but you're British. Or you can be white and Italian. Or you can be white, but you're Russian. Or you can be white, but your people are from Sweden or Ireland or wherever you're from. So white always has a subcategory to it. And that's one of the major defining features of European culture is that they have been able to conglomerate everybody into the one white ethno group. And that's white supremacy. I'm not judging anybody. And you see in this picture, I have a book written by a black woman. One book written by a black woman. I have 3 books written by white men. 3 white men, 1 black woman. I give everybody a fair chance. I read literature from everybody. I try to understand everybody's perspective, ideology, belief systems, cultures, religions. I try to understand everyone. Everybody doesn't try to understand us. Most people don't even try to understand themselves. People, man, we've been saying this shit since Marcus Garvey 100 years ago. Like, I don't have to paint people who made an impact because I'm important. You are important. You add to the human story just like I add to the human story. Just like D1 adds to the human story. We are all important. So in a way, I paint the average people reading literature from people who did make impacts. So I am painting impactful people. Because just because you've never heard of Isabella Wilkerson or you've never read her material, it doesn't mean that she has not made an impact on my life or anyone else's lives or the culture in general. Just because you've never read The Destruction of Black Civilization, Great Issues of a Race from 4500 BC to 2000 AD, written by Chancellor Williams. Just because you haven't read that book, it doesn't mean that Chancellor Williams is not a very impactful person. Just because you've never read Revolutionary Suicide by Huey P. Newton, it doesn't mean that Newton was not an impactful person. You can't sit here and tell me what context my art should focus on or circulate around. The simple fact that you're even in my stream communicating back and forth with me shows how impactful what I'm doing actually is. I'm guessing that's a rhetorical question. Just because you're gonna just because the only reference to black culture and black people you have is celebrities and entertainers, that doesn't mean that's the only connection I have to my community. I have connection with the thinkers and intellectuals more so than with the entertainers. No, 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 no. If you were way better than me, then you would definitely not put this channel on. You would definitely not watch this. Why would I waste time to watch someone who has capabilities far less superior than mine? Once again, I'm just wasting time. If I'm not being educated by something, then it's almost a waste of time. Especially if I can do it myself. Why would I watch a painter who doesn't have the technical proficiency that I have? That I mean, you might find it entertaining, but me, I definitely don't find it entertaining. I thought he was talking about the art. You're a better human being than I am, or just a better person? I don't know. That's like an opinion. That's like your opinion, bro. Way more technical. Hey, that's fine too. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. You can say that Michelangelo was way more technical than Basquiat. But I guarantee you that there are fans and lovers of Basquiat work that would never even consider looking at Michelangelo's or Rembrandt's art, period. Just because they understand that it's more of a message and a connection to the art and not the technicalities that produce the art. That don't mean anything. I pay myself by the hour. So the more hours that go into a painting, the more I can put a bigger price on it. My channel, I paid third famous artist. Even though I'm a landscape artist, you paint landscapes. This motherfucker's a Bob Ross type dude. That's all you do is Bob Ross type shit? Come on, man. Bruh. Bob Ross is one of the greats. You know what I'm saying? And I love his shit. But if that's all you do is like landscapes, come on, bro. You ain't really doing shit. Man, your shit whack as fuck, son. And this motherfucker on, he on Procreate. That's so cool. It's so cool how you trace pictures of people on your little Procreate tablet. Good boy, bruh. Good boy, really? My guy. My guy. Your shit is elementary at best. Oh, King, I'm back in Pennsylvania now. I'm back in PA now. I ain't gotta keep watching your shit, man. Your shit wet. And then plus you're just painting, you're just doing like fucking this is no reference photos. I'm just doodling, and like when I doodle and sketch on this thing, like I don't need a reference photo. I just try to make faces out of nothing. But you're like drawing pictures of Thor, the actor, and all these other shits. Like, can you actually sketch a face with no reference photo and just like draw a face? Yeah, don't think I don't got a fucking iPad either, bro. Calm down, man. You don't think I got Procreate, bro? You don't think I got... I ain't finished that sketch. And just because you can do something on these little iPads, this ain't even real drawing. And this definitely ain't paint. And even if you color your shit in on here, you still ain't really technically painting. It's all digital, man. It's a fucking difference, bro. It's a fucking difference, bro. Even my digital art look better than your shit. Oh, it's so hard to see this up close, and there's so much detail on there. Too bad. I think my homie probably done blocked your shit, bro. Can't come in here like being so hostile, talking so much shit against the creator.
We got the horn on them things, man. Them real deals. Diamond in the back. Yeah, that's crazy, dog. Where can we get them from, man? Oh, them one of a kind. Original one of a kind. All right.
What the hell? You should have let him stay, D1. You should have let him stay, man. Now he ain't got no way to feel a part of anything because his words is getting cut out. I carry my axe like this. You know, my axe like this. D1 come through, he carry his ass like this. I just do this. D1 come like, that motherfucker got a two-hand axe, man. My axe, I could just, that motherfucker come from over his shoulder. Hoo-yah! Shut the fuck up. And see now you can't talk. But hey, you know, they can't watch either. Oh, they can watch. That's all they can do. You can watch, but you can't talk. And you know what? You know what the funniest thing is? We know you still sitting in here because you ain't got shit else to do right now. Because if you did have anything else to do, you wouldn't even waste your time making all the comments to start with. You would have been too busy doing something else. And see, we all just chilling. We ain't got shit to do neither. We just sit around chilling. Listening to some news, having some discussions, looking at some art. We just chilling. But you can't even come here and chill. You got to try to stir the pot for no reason. I just do that. Think. No, this nigga don't even think. He thought he was better. You need to stop thoughting and do some real thinking. That's all y'all motherfuckers do is thought. Oh, I thought I was better than those guys. No, you're not. You're not. Not in any way. Not in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I ain't trying to hurt your feelings or nothing like that, but shit. You not better than us. I put that on my mama. You talking about it took me all them days to paint that blue pillow. I still ain't finished with that blue pillow yet, man. I'm looking at my shit now like, what else do I got to do? Oh yeah, I got to add a little more highlights to this blue pillow, and then I think I'll be done. I ain't even lying, guys. I think I'm really about to wrap this shit up right about now. Like I said, let me I'm just get a couple of dabs of a few different color blues and a little bit more white paint. Man, this shit about to be in. This shit about to go down in the history books. Another one. I be feeling like DJ Khaled out this shit sometimes. Another one. All I need is a very little bit of this shit, man, cause I ain't trying to waste too much of these good colors. Man, these blues, man, blue paint be expensive as shit, bro. Blue, for whatever color, like blue is like some of the hardest shit to find in nature. There ain't a lot of shit that's blue. There's like a few flowers, but that's it. Especially to get this kind of blue. If I rule the world, this motherfucker is redundantly stupid. This man got so much talent. He got so much more talent than I do that he refuses to not watch my channel. Damn. This dude just will not watch the channel. I'm gonna tune into this subpar artist. This guy's work is nowhere near mine, but I need to check it out and see what he's doing. Amazing. Interesting to say the least. Man, look, man. Damn, this shit is finally coming together. This motherfucker said, check out my channel. You know what, man? I don't normally do that shit, but I actually did check out your channel, and you're garbage. I don't think I'm better than you are. I'm not gonna say that, but my art is. Me as a person, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know you personally. You might be a saint in real life, but your art, trash. Your art is trash, bro. How old are you, man? I hope you're not no young kid, man. Well, you know what? Honestly, I do hope you're a young kid, because if you are young, man, get that shit up now, nigga. Give up on that shit now and do something else. You better get good at math. You better be an engineer. You like rocks? Man, you can be what is somebody who study rocks? You can be one of them people. A geologist? You could be a you know what? You can even study rocks underneath the sea, man. And be a biogeologist. Or whatever. But an artist? Nah. Bruh. I'm telling you right now, man. I seen your stuff, man. You know? I don't know what exactly makes a good artist. It's just like this quality that some people have, and you can kind of see it. Like when you meet a real artist, you can just see like there's something really artsy about this person, and whatever that quality is, you ain't got it. That shit that it's like on the inside of your heart and soul that makes you an artist. That shit ain't there for you, bro. You're more like like I say, you need to go play with some rocks. Geology, man. Go, limestone, bedrock, sediment. You can even work around volcanoes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Very exciting work, and much needed work as well, so we can understand our planet and how it changes and goes through cycles and stuff. We need people like you. But art, bruh, get that shit up, man. As a word to the wise, you know what I'm saying? Just trying to give you some advice. Cause your shit is fucking trash, my guy. Shit is trash. Disney, not checking for you. Pixar, not checking for you. Marvel Studios, they not checking for you, bro. Get that shit up, man. You feel me?
Okay.
Thank you. Even your local art gallery, them niggas not checking for you. And you live around there. You know? Your high school art teacher will never remember you. They don't. They won't. They can't. Your artwork is so basic and so uninspiring that I know I saw it and I knew it was trash, but I can't even remember like what I looked at, honestly. All I remember was like some digital shit. Some lame ass digital drawings that right now I can't even remember like who the fuck who were you trying to draw. That's how unmemorable your style and everything is about your artwork. And I hate to feed it to you like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to be Kevin Samuels of the art world. How long you been painting? How many pieces have you completed?
Hey, babe.
Huh?
This food is hot.
I'm about to eat now. What art school you went to? Oh, you self-taught. Is this artwork USA made? It says so right there. I'm coming, Goofy.
Definitely a difference.
With the beef? Or?
The wrapper.
Oh, yeah, that's what they said.
I think I like the other ones better.
Homemade egg rolls? Ooh. With some dipping sauce?
I already got some sauce on top of it.
Got them homemade egg rolls?
That's still good, but it's different.
So hot.
That's what took me so long. I'm still gonna cook the ribs, but I was like, let me just make something quick for that.
Delicious. None of this for you, doggy. It's just people food. Oh my God.
Just read this. Don't read it out loud. Just what I put. And I really can't tell. I said, say you lying. Like, no, I don't swear. I said, yeah, you do. And she played too much. So I can't even tell. But I haven't seen nothing, so I'm going to go with this joke. I hope so, because that's just weird. Yeah, that's right. Is she going to say, I'm going to set you up as everything just in case? I said, no. Even though I would, but.
What up, guys? Yo, what's good? What's popping on this good Sunday morning? Oh, well, Sunday afternoon now? What time is it? Oh, no.
11:45.
It's 11 something. That's why I'm already eating my lunch. You know what I'm saying? Some homemade crab egg rolls. Delicious, yo. We have no idea. You don't make your own crab egg rolls at home? Man, look.
It's the only way they're going to have enough meat in them.
They so hot. They burning the roof of my mouth. Causing it to blister. But it's so delicious.
It's worth it.
I don't want to stop eating it. You know what I'm saying? I'll take a few burn scars for that shit.
And I use that new mustard sauce you got because it's spicier, so that's that little kick you're getting. Because I'm like, man, a little kick. I mixed it with the other mild mustard sauce. It's pretty good. And the hot pepper jam. I need some celery.
Is this artwork USA made? Yo, I ain't know that motherfucker, the goddamn mass shooter from Buffalo streamed that shit live on Twitch. That's how you know these little motherfuckers crazy. Over the top crazy. You know what? This is not just for my pleasure what I'm about to do. I want everybody to see this shit. All my white supremacist buddies, check this shit out. What? I can't even understand your spelling, though. Let's throw the black what? Backla? What the fuck are you trying to say, man? Don't block him yet, but what the fuck does that mean? What are you trying to say?
This is the last couple messages.
And get pics. Anybody throw out history and let's see who captures what. I'm still trying to make sense of the comment. Maybe D1, you can kind of like paraphrase what he's trying to say, or maybe I'm too ignorant to like understand what the fuck you're trying to convey right now. No, D1, so what's up, bud?
Hey, D1. What's goody? What's goody?
Right. I'm too slow my damn self. But That motherfucker too stupid to even get a point across.
Mm-hmm.
And try and bring up something about history. I need a piece of floss. I got it. We're definitely not. We have evolved. You know what I'm saying? I ain't like my great grandparents, bro. I'll let you know that shit right now. I'm not like my great grandparents, bro. All that turn the other cheek shit. Fuck out of here with that. All that marching and protesting and reading the Bible and all that shit. That shit is done. That shit is done, son. No, I don't. No. My moderators carry a big ass stick, bro. You just be careful what you say.
Yeah, and if you put them all together.
If all my mods in here, you couldn't even get one comment across.
It might not even be the mods. It might be YouTube doing it. We gotta see how your art looks before you can even have a paint on.
Where you gonna sleep? Where you gonna buy your food? Who you gonna kill? Tell me who you gonna shoot to protect your family when they trying to loot. When the troops come with boots and aiming at you, and they try to beat you down so you black and blue. But you built like a brick, so you hard to bruise. When your life on the line, it ain't hard to choose. It ain't hardly new.
Yep. Well, it looks like that stick was pretty long today, Confucius. So sorry, they got you, bud.
He telling us have a paint off.
We'll catch you again in 300 seconds.
No, that motherfucker's old channel. His first name was some dumb shit. I went to his channel. He got these little rinky-dink ass digital drawings he be doing.
When the war comes to you, what you gonna do? Where you gonna sleep? Where you gonna buy your food? Who you gonna kill? Tell me who you gonna shoot to protect your family when they trying to loot. When the troops come with boots and
It sounds like wobbly or something on that speaker.
For you, what you gonna do? Where you gonna sleep? Where you gonna buy your food? Who you gonna kill? Tell me who you gonna shoot to protect your family when they trying to loot. When the troops come with boots and aiming at you, and they try to beat you down so you black and blue. But you built like a brick, so you hard to bruise. When your life on the line, it ain't hard to choose. It ain't.
Was good. Was good. Was good. Oh, still here eating these homemade egg rolls for lunch.
I got my bitch be gone spray out V1. What's good, J1?
Oh man. Yeah. Ain't nothing like the homemade egg rolls, man. Them shits hit different, bro.
Yeah. Everything we eat, for the most part, is homemade because that's the best way to do it. Especially when you live where we live. You want some coffee, some water?
I'm ready to try water.
I got my water in. She said she's playing. Picture that you took. Everybody loved that shit. But let me just say though, the logo that you did, 161. And then look at us. Motherfuckers hating. You still got a lot of people, but everybody's in here. What's good? Yes, sir. He making it happen in the studio while I make it happen in the kitchen. That's nice. A little breakdown.
What y'all think about this one? Get done up, I'm a big dog, you a little pup. Run up and get done up, I'm a big dog, you a little pup. Run up and get done up, I'm a big dog, you a little pup. Run up and get done up, I'm a big dog, you a little pup. Like
That's a new one. Paint pictures of people that nobody knows. Or maybe they're just people that you don't know. That's what happens when you don't get out enough.
How can people judge? Because you've never seen the model who posed for the Mona Lisa, but you still know the Mona Lisa is a very, very beautiful painting. Most of the artwork that we admire, you don't know the people in the painting. I know who the fuck you are, bro. And how can you judge? Oh, I painted a picture of the actor who plays this character. And
we know that you're rainy, motherfucker.
So you can go look at his picture, a real picture of him, and then look at my drawing and see how accurate I am. Who gives a fuck about that shit, bro? Nobody don't gives a fuck that you paint actors and musicians. Nobody don't give a fuck about them people. I paint real people. And people that no one knows. Everybody knows somebody. So even the people that I paint that you don't know, they have family and friends and loved ones and co-workers and people they know. How can somebody judge? What the fuck do you mean? How can somebody judge? I can judge your art. Your shit is shit, bro. It's shitty. It's some real shitty
And if you
art.
spent the amount of time trolling and doing what you're doing right now, you probably have some shit to show for yourself. You could just be in here chilling like everybody else on a cool Sunday, enjoying the good beats and the good vibes, and you want to come in here all negative and shit. I don't know. You need to get laid. You need to eat some food. You need to smoke a blunt. I don't know what it is. Maybe you broke, you miserable, but
You'd be alright. I mean, there's thousands of artists on YouTube. So don't hate because you came across a channel that produces better art than you do. Like, go hate on 1000 or Koleski Painting or one of those guys. They're more professional than I am.
But anyway, enough about you, because you don't matter. Keep coming back.
And this is with...
Keep making those views go up. Make sure you hit the like button and the subscribe while you're in here on all of your accounts.
Yeah. And this is brushwork, bro, with real paints. Like, this is real paint and real brushes. And you're trying to compare what I'm doing right here to your digital paintings on your iPad. I don't even think it's an iPad Pro. I think you got an iPad Mini, like the cheap one.
Did you make a paintbrush on it?
Oh, yeah. You see, I made this little device that holds my brushes so neatly for me. That's my own patented design. This product right here. I came up with an idea and then I made it into an actual thing. And so yeah, I use brushes and solvents and oil paints and canvases. And you're trying to compare what I'm doing to what you're doing. You really can't compare the two.
D1, that's why I just stopped blocking and stuff, because motherfucker just gonna keep coming back from different accounts.
Yeah, he that's why I say you shouldn't even, like, the second time you came back, you should just left him alone. He's one of these guys who's gonna be so persistent.
Yeah, now we just gotta completely ignore him like he doesn't exist. But when you come back with some good energy though, Rainy, from your new account, I guess you'll be John next time.
I'm with the BS today though, nigga. I'm with it today.
Oh yeah, J1 wasn't with it yesterday. Said fuck that shit. I was like, no, J1, come back. J1 said fuck that.
You know how they like to hate on the boy though.
You would think that it's a team, D1, but honestly, it is normally grown ass men. Like that one who was talking shit, and then we went to his page and saw him putting on girly Snapchat filters and pretending to be a woman. He didn't think we were gonna find his content. He ain't never came back since. That's what we gotta start doing, just exposing people. We got hackers in this fucking chat. We just gonna hack your shit and find out everything about you. Does your mama know what you do on the weekend? But the vibes are still good, y'all. sunny Sunday. I got off work early. He putting that work in. We finna eat good today. Still tired from that hike yesterday. I got some haters. He got some haters. His name is David. What is that?
The Antimatter Lead.
Is that from Edges? The Edges and whatever?
No, it's the keyboards and then simply.
I like that. It sounds like a siren oboe. There's some haters in this house. There's some haters in this house. There's some haters in this house. What the fuck they talking about? There's some haters in this house. There's some haters in this house. There's some haters in this house. And the fuck they talking about? Yeah, tired from my hike yesterday, and because I got a full-time job, and because we go to the gym, and because we have full-time jobs, yeah.
Yeah, so we did leg day one morning, and then we went hiking the next day, and not just like a flat hiking trail, like we hiked up to the top of a waterfall.
And we parked at the top too, so yeah, it was like up and down, up and down. It was a good hike, but yes, I am tired from my hike yesterday and from getting up at 6 o'clock for work this morning. Cause I gotta go to work. Cause I gotta go to work. Yeah, I don't know why I decided to go hiking after leg day. Y'all know Travis don't play. He be in a damn gym squatting 300 and something plus pounds. It's cool, y'all. Like I said, we gonna ignore the troll. We're not even gonna acknowledge them anymore.
We got to, because if we don't keep his ass in here and keep him occupied, he may go shoot up a motherfucking grocery store and kill like 11 to 12 people. I love when they're in here. At least we can monitor them and we know where they're at. You know, you let these motherfuckers go out in public, you ain't no telling what these type motherfuckers will do, man. Just hold their attention as long as we can. I feel like we saving lives right now.
Help you out.
Alright, just delete that, start it with something new. I'm about to get back on this painting in a minute. And then have DJ Reese.
This is my last bannable name. Pick one you'd like to see. Put them all in here. Help his views go up. Oh, damn. The stick already got you, bro. Damn. You know you playing tag. You know you gotta stand back a little further than that. Gotta be quicker than that. Gotta be quicker than that. Cause D1 hit you with the stick, boy. Ooh. Listen. D1, I don't know if you play sports or what, but you got the Midas touch. He said, get back. Not today. Get back. So elementary, I guess you gotta go make another one. If you make another one, if you care that much, we'll let you stay. We want to see how motivated you are. Everybody else being productive today. You gotta be a productive troll. D1 said, goodness. Hit him with the stick. Get back. Y'all know he's coming back. He said this is my last bannable account. But how many does he have? Because these spare accounts that he's using are from like 2013 and 2012. So how many fucking accounts do you have? Just 200 spare accounts sitting around for nothing? Comments already. 284 comments.
It copied itself. I know at least one time.
There's still a lot of comments in here though, but yeah. This is definitely game music. Video music. Good job. You are productive. You're quick and relentless. You are like a fucking roach. God damn. Motherfucker like Kobe. This is between the artist, you and me, Squire.
I could definitely use it for one of my next commercials.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I can use this for a video.
The Prince brush holder. Paintings by the Prince. Get yours today. You could have testimonials. That's what I'm saying. You could have me do a commercial. You could do a commercial.
I think I actually, you know what, babe? I think I have one, and I just haven't done the voiceover for it yet.
Yeah, a commercial would be good, and that's the perfect music, honestly. Just that. You don't need much. Once again, Subby, I respect your dedication. Make sure that while you're here, that you hit the like on all your accounts. He's getting paid every time you come up in this motherfucker. I like the new beat better for that. Ooh, more? How many accounts you running at one time? Did you hit the like bell yet? The notification bell? You so sick. You so sick. You are a troll. You got no time. Motherfucker just corny. Just got 6 accounts on standby. I think that that's good, but what if you did one with the new music and you do one actually talking and explaining?
Yeah, that's so everything is laid down. So I can just change the music out and add the voiceovers directly onto this project.
Yeah, like the music and then do something speaking. Because I was thinking like actually just like add the music as the background and do a video of you like, hi, I'm Travis Prince and I'm the artist. Da, 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 da.
I can splice something like that in there. Yeah.
You can't be putting art out if you trolling this hard. Where's your art at? Drop your art so we can go check your shit out. I want to judge your shit.
I already went to his page. The Rain something guy, the shit is trash.
Oh, so that's why he's mad and he just keeps
I told him straight up.
But see, this is the thing. That's subjective. Just because he doesn't like your art, don't mean that somebody else won't. And you know what? The truth hurts, but at least he told you the truth. It'll get there.
It's all Procreate stuff. It's not like he's painting anything real. Like he's just
Yeah, that's some shit already. It's some shit off the rip.
I ain't do a little sketch.
And that's why we're getting a second opinion. He's showing me and I'm fair. Big Rob said, bro, you're a great artist.
Thanks, man. Okay, you making some shitty ass...
Cedric?
Yo, Williams, what up, bro?
Your art is dope as fuck to me, though. I agree. Shaq got some of the best art, and I'm not even just talking about in the state.
This dude, I'm not gonna show his shit on my channel, but go to his channel, man. He doing some digital art that's like subpar. Hey, bro.
That's good that you're a landscaper. I mean, we all got jobs. I'm a musician, and I got a day job, too. That has nothing to do with the art. But, you know, you'll get there. That's all I had to say. I didn't say your art sucks. But, I mean, you gonna fight this man until he says your art is good or what? Like, you just gotta accept that you're not everybody's cup of tea. Yeah, that's alright. Like, you're just not his cup of tea. But
I do landscapes, too. So what? I do fucking still lifes. I do portraits and still lifes.
Right. It's not his cup of tea. It's okay. But you'll get there, though. That's the thing.
I'm not a pro portraiture. And? So?
You'll just put that work in. That was digital, what we just watched. Like, can you actually sketch and paint and...
Your shit might impress your cousins and your friends and shit. That shit don't impress me, man.
That's like me making music and saying, oh yeah, I can write, but I can't carry a tune. I can't rap. I can't lay anything down. I can't do this. Okay, so you can write songs. Cool. Okay, you could do something, but you're not a pro because you don't do everything.
Yeah. Your shit is not rememberable, and it's not very impressive.
Well, I'm not even gonna be... I'm not gonna put you down, but I'm just gonna say keep trying and work at it and
do
fuck other
someone
people's
we
opinions.
know so we can judge. What the fuck does this?
What does that even mean?
What does it even mean? Why does it have to be somebody who you know? You know what? You want to see how to judge? You dickhead. Here's a photograph that I'm painting from. This is how you can judge. You don't need. It doesn't need to be a famous person so I can see if your art really looks like what you're trying to paint. Like, bro, you see this picture? You see the ma'at? You see the expression on the face? You see the dreads? You see the detailing in the book? The titles, the clothing, the couch, the socks, the carpet, the other books.
Right, and that's all that I said, is that you're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. Just like there's going to be people that like country
And
music
then you
that
can
don't
see
like my
the
shit.
final project. Are getting close to the final project. So show us a picture of somebody we know so we can judge. Too bad for you, I don't paint famous people. I don't.
And furthermore, I don't even know who the motherfucker was that he
Your shit is very unoriginal if the only thing you do is paint famous people. Because you're not this only person who has painted that person before. So your shit is not original at all. At all. You just find a picture online, a photograph that you didn't even take. It's not even your picture of a person you don't even fucking know. And that everybody recognizes their face. And so you think you're the only person who has painted that actor as Thor? Nobody gives a fuck about that. That shit is not gonna sell for thousands of dollars.
And
Nobody's gonna request that shit to be in a museum because it's a picture of an actor playing a fucking character that's not even real.
Seen Thor. I didn't even know who that was. So when you say paint somebody that somebody knows, I didn't even know who it was that he was doing, or he or she. So you can't really say that because I don't know that actor. I don't know who the fuck Thor or who played Thor. Who was that? Was that a Hemsworth brother?
If you draw a famous person, anyone can tell if you have skills. It's a fact. That's not a fact, dickhead.
I mean, this is the thing, right? You don't think that your art is good, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay that I don't like your shit. If you draw a famous person, no.
Furthermore, why not continue to do his own shit and to keep getting these commissions to paint other people rather than paint a bunch of famous people who don't give a fuck about us.
Exactly. A motherfucker who you don't even know.
It's cool to paint famous people. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying. You're not getting paid for it. And it's not original, like you said. But, as this girl was saying, keep trying. Keep doing that shit. Keep trying, and you'll get better with time. Everything. Anything that you do, if you practice, you'll get better at. But sometimes you just gotta accept that people don't like your shit or don't like you. There's no rhyme or reason, but they don't. He actually has one, but sometimes people just don't like your shit, and that's okay. You just keep trying, and fuck with the people that do like it. Anyway, what y'all eat today? What's the strain of the day? What y'all smoking? What y'all eating? What y'all plans? What y'all doing for the summer? Anybody got anything exciting coming up? Y'all listen to anything good lately? Tell us something good. Oh boy, he about to bring something for y'all.
Let me entertain this motherfucker just a little bit.
I've never seen this piece.
Exactly. Because this shit is in the basement somewhere because I don't give a fuck about painting famous people. Who knows who this is? A very famous face. Do you know who this guy is? Does it actually look like him?
Yes.
Yes, it does. Is it better than your drawing of Thor? Yes, it is. A hell of a lot better. And you know what? This shit has been sitting in my basement for fucking years. I painted this shit like... Oh, as a matter of fact, there's a date on it. When did I paint that?
2013, April 2013.
Shit is old.
10 years almost. It's 9 years old.
It's old. Almost
Big Rob said, yeah, that's it.
Almost 10 years ago, I was doing this shit, yeah.
With the different colors and stuff.
Who knows who this guy is?
Somebody that a lot of people hate. He said Tom Jones.
You dumb motherfucker.
I'm so mad he did that.
He did
get
that
the
shit on
fuck
purpose.
out. You about to get blocked now.
The first dude to get banned from Twitter.
Yo called him Tom Jones. Bye. He said Rush Limbaugh. Alex Jones. There you go. Big Rob said, yeah, that's it.
You gotta paint a famous person so people can tell. That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, here's a fact right here. That I paint famous people better than you do.
Hey, J1, you invited to the cookout every time. Because you be on it. D1 already know he invited. Trigonometry said great painting, Prince. And I know you didn't say Rush Limbaugh, though. Yeah, trigonometry. I'm over here like... It's okay.
You know what? He kind of does look like Rush Limbaugh a little bit.
I could see it a little bit.
Yeah, I do see that too.
But that's why I was like, trigonometry, no.
even the fucking freehand, the freehand
he
letter.
He said I should have said Max Headroom.
Damn.
I'm dead. They're all talking heads anyhow. Trigonometry, you do got that right.
Whatever.
That's what I said. First thing I said was Alex Jones. That's somebody that a lot of people don't like. I like Alex Jones personally, and I'm surprised that I like him, but I do.
This shit got so much fucking dust on it.
It's beautiful though. I've never even seen it.
Exactly. look how much dust is on this shit, yo. Because nobody gives a fuck about this painting anymore. I don't care about this shit. It literally sits in my fucking basement because I don't care to paint famous people. I just don't.
Coming through with gifts like I had in Philly. Okay. We just said that the next time we have a cookout, motherfuckers gotta bring some waters, some wines, some beers, something.
Who know about Max Headroom? Cause you old as fuck, yo. Remember when they had him
that
on
was trigonometry.
He was on the Pepsi commercials.
At least I didn't say Stephen A. Smith.
Damn.
That's right, and I got old by kicking young guys' asses. LOL. With a name like trigonometry, anyway, you definitely got an old soul. What you do, Trigonometry? You a gamer? You make music or something?
You know what I'm saying? I'm 76. Move.
Yeah, what you
supposed to
doing?
my damn paint. There's a lot of wet paint on here, man. What the fuck you doing?
You a gamer, ain't you? 76, damn. D1 said we OG, yes.
Alright, we're almost finished. I said a few more highlights on this blue pillow. I'm gonna wrap this shit up.
Okay, Subhuman, what make you feel better if we say we'll give you another chance if you stop trolling? If you stop trolling, we'll give your art a chance at a second opinion.
I'm just saying, I got more.
Alright, we believe you, but don't mess up the good something vibe. Come in here with the good vibes.
Yeah, bro. I'm just saying, I got more too, bro.
I mean, and like he's sitting right here, so like, and this is him, so you have something to judge it off of. Well, how about this? I challenge you to paint somebody that's not famous. Or not paint. What is it? Electronically draw?
Digital?
Digital draw? Wait, are we talking about the year we were born in? 76 and 85? Or...
Oh, I thought you said you were 76 years old.
That's what I'm wondering, because Big Rob came back with 85, and I know Big Rob ain't 85, so I'm assuming you were born in 1985.
If you was born in 76, you're what, 47? My sister was born in 79, and she's 43. 44, 45, you'd be 46 years old?
Trigonometry said about to cut my grass, just wanted to show some respect real quick, but I'll stay in the chat for you though.
Yo,
Trigonometry, we're trying to figure out how old you are. Are you saying you're 76 or you were born in 76? And Big Rob, I know you ain't 85.
Digital is harder. No, it's not, bro. Not in any way. If digital was harder, they wouldn't have come up with it. Digital art is an easier, faster way to create art. It's definitely not harder. Digital art is harder.
Born in 76, and then Rob was born in 85. Okay. Subhuman, Rainy Day, David, John, Billy Bob, all your goddamn names. When were you born? That's what we want to know right now. Trigonometry said I'll be 46 in September.
Bro, you can't draw better than me, bro.
That's what's up.
You think I learned how to paint without learning how to draw?
Happy birthday, Trigonometry, early. To celebrate all summer long. J1 said T's whole house is flooded with fire on the walls. What does your house look like? Not talking about money, I'm talking about art. Look at that. Look at that. And he brought it to life too. He ain't only do it there, then he brought it to life too.
Bro, you can't draw better than me, bro.
Subhuman, how old are you? Trigonometry said he's 46. That makes Big Rob, or he's 45. That makes Big Rob what? 35? 34, 35?
Exactly. Every photo, every picture I draw looks like the person I'm drawing.
Look at the eyes, and the facial hair, and the lips. Ooh, that's nice. That would have been nice for the gown. Cedric said dope.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
I'm young at heart. Hope I don't die mowing my lawn. Listen, if it's more than 80 degrees outside right now, I'm about to call you Cedric. Trigonometry. Forget that lawn.
You'll be alright though. One day, I ain't gonna say soon, but one day you may be as good of an artist as I am. I did that in 2018.
Hey.
One day you might be this good.
Rainy, don't get on here lying now, cause I've been being real nice, giving you the benefit, but don't get on here lying, cause he does the damn digital art too. You don't want him to show you what he done did with the digital art, and that's the difference. You keep saying digital art, but this man is showing you that he can sketch and draw, he can paint, he knows how to do clay, and he does digital art. Y'all heard what D1 said. Make sure y'all hit that like button. That subscription bell.
So I'll pick a single person. For what?
Y'all can follow his Instagram.
I am a single person. I pick myself all the time. You mad because I look like that.
A single person and give us both a weekend to do it. If you pay him for his time, we can do that.
What kind of shit is that? Give you a weekend to do it.
If you pay him for his time, he sure will. Let the viewers decide. We already decided, bro.
That's why you're in my stream. Even you decided. You even decided for your damn self that, you know what, I'm gonna go in this guy's stream.
You're so entertaining right now, though. I'm just glad you're not being negative no more. You're funny now. You are funny.
Motherfucker ain't got no wins.
He said we could pick a weekend. Yeah, if you pay him for his time, you pay him his down payment, and he'll get. Matter of fact, no, you gotta pay him full. Send him his Cash App payment, and he'll get started on your commission for you. Anyone that does digital knows they can pencil sketches.
Not necessarily.
Prince knows this.
Not necessarily. You know why? Because with digital art.
Thank you, J1, and thank you, D1. The land of the ones. D1 and J1 always on time.
With digital art, it always makes your lines straight for you, and it always makes your circles perfect for you. So just because you can do certain shit on here, that doesn't mean you can do it with a fucking pencil. And then you have to be more precise with your drawings with pencil, because unlike digital art, you can just erase this shit perfectly. You can't do that shit on a piece of paper.
Exactly.
If you put too much pressure on a piece of paper, and you're going to alter the surface of the paper itself. So even if you're able to erase most of the graphite that is embedded in the paper, you're still going to leave a line in the paper that is very, very visible. So no sketching and drawing on a plastic hard surface like this is not it's not like sketching and drawing on a fucking pencil and paper. And here you can change the size of your tips however you want to. You can change the thickness of that. Man, you can't control a fucking pencil the same way.
Walked so this shit could fly. Like,
exactly.
You had to.
So this shit is way easier, way easier than fucking drawing on a goddamn piece of paper, yo.
But let me let you hear this though, babe. Rainy, Subhuman, David, John, whoever. Everyone on YouTube thinks Prince is the artistic talent. It's a fact. I'm just way better. Well, if everybody thinks, first of all, we know. But if everybody knows that he's the talent, what are we missing?
Yeah.
It's like me and him plus like at least 6 other people in here versus you. So you're really outnumbered. Trigonometry said that's nice. D1 said educate this team, please. You use a pencil lightly, you can erase with what? Wait with. My shit is on film. I mean, I don't think your stuff is bad. But you're not going to come in here and say that you're better. Yeah, D1 does own a Travis Prince artwork, and he had to bring that thing to life, and it was a great piece. Like, there's a couple of, well, always all of them, but there are a few pieces that when they leave the house, I'm just sad because he works on them for however long, a couple of weeks, and you start to get connected to him. Trigonometry says you think you could do a replica of the temple? Probably pretty easy, huh?
You see the picture I'm drawing from? Come on, bro.
J1 said, D1, you got one on me. I'm mad. Now I owe T some money. Shaking my damn head. That's right. Definitely should get some art. But all I'm saying is that he been killing it on the custom sneaker game now, too. Those shoes he did for his homeboy, those shits were wild. See, that's the other thing. Like, this man makes shoes, clothes. He got t-shirts, brush holders. He got something for everybody. Your girlfriend need a makeup brush holder? Your family needs some swaggy tees and some shoes to match. You need an oil painting for your mama for Mother's Day. What you need? Oh, you're starting a business? You need a logo? Sure. Hit the like button, troll. You've been in here an hour now. You see the skills. Tell him D1. Fire his ass up. I'm so entertained today. Subscribe and share while you at it. You draw from memory? He said I'll give him that, but I draw from memory.
Yeah.
Don't need no picture.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Listen, I think you're a good drawer. You're just too slow. The skill is all in the speed.
Yeah.
And trigonometry in response to that, you find yourself getting faster. I don't think it's in speed.
Yeah, it's definitely not speed. I actually find myself slowing down and taking more time on a piece of art.
And not rushing through it. And it looks amazing.
Take my time, don't rush through a piece of art. If I need to put 2, 3, 4 layers of paint on it, that's what it takes then. If it for it to look like I want it to look, if it takes me 60 hours, fine. If it takes me 80 hours, fine. That's what it takes. I ain't trying to go no faster. I'm trying to make this shit look good.
Look good. Yeah, trigonometry said it's a nice tool and it helps you learn. Definitely, he's learned a lot from it. And
I'm just tired of people saying I can't do portraits because you can't do portraits.
trigonometry said, did you think you could do a replica of the temple?
The temple of...
And would it be easy? The temple of what? Trigonometry. And he said, awesome answer to response to the last thing. Subhuman said, I'm tired of people saying I can't do portraits. Well, if people, because you're saying multiple, are telling you that, then why don't you just take a little lesson or something?
He is, right now, watching me.
Okay, so enjoy the show.
Yeah, sit back and learn something, my guy.
I paint what I see. Y'all about to hear some music from me. So if you don't like hip-hop beats, now's the time to exit. Trick said, hey, trigonometry, your name too damn long. You Trick now. Trick said, like, could you draw a front entrance of the Temple of Solomon with pillars and everything peeking into the veil?
I already did that.
That would be pretty cool. He about to show you some shit, Trick.
I don't know where that shit is at, though.
J1 said, as an art enthusiast, I couldn't give a ish about how fast someone drew something if it's still trash. I mean that in general. Exactly. Like, who cares? I don't care if Kanye took 2 years to make a fucking song. He made that shit.
It took goddamn K-Dot 5 years to listen to the album.
Right. I don't give a goddamn. Just come with it. Here you go, Trick. This one's for you. He said, pretty easy for you. Very linear.
I did this so long ago, yo.
This is one of my favorites.
This shit right here is like 15 years old, something like that. Oh no. 2009.
Creative.
How long was that? 2009 was
2019.
Yeah. This shit almost 15 years old. This is when I was still teaching myself how to paint.
And that's the thing. This is beautiful, but each and every painting you can see the progression.
Yeah, I could. I probably could.
That's my favorite part. That and the moon.
You gotta look at my Jimi Hendrix, then come back. Bro, you think you're the only person that ever painted a picture of Jimi Hendrix? I can just Google Jimi Hendrix art or Jimi Hendrix portraits and pull up 150 portraits immediately that looks way better than yours.
Is the kicker not that you just showed him that you painted somebody famous and he has yet to show you a sketch or something else besides some digital art of famous people? I don't want to see nothing from you from famous people. Show us something else.
I can Google Jimi Hendrix portraits right now and pull up 150 paintings and drawings that look way better than yours. 1,000%. I guarantee you I could. I guarantee you I could. With no problem. And that's why I don't paint famous people, because everybody paints famous people.
You said, do you like Ralph Bakshi?
I'm not sure who Bakshi is.
Hey, Rainy Days, stay with the good vibes, alright? Because D1, he ready with his stick. I'm about to let him let his stick back out. Boom, bap, rap, boom, bap, rap. So, Human, that's your last one. Make your comment count, because that's your last one. You better get kicked out.
Yeah, and American Pop was a full-featured animated movie where the artists were actually good and got paid for their work. They didn't just like sit around and paint that shit and go try to sell it at a corner shop or some shit, bro. It was for a movie. And I guarantee you your Jimi Hendrix doesn't look anything like that.
Yeah, borderline. I'm making this beat right now. It's called Boom Bap Rap. Trigonometry said he did Jimmy pretty good in American Pop. He did Lord of the Rings animated. It was kind of like heavy metal animation. He also did Cool World. Have you ever seen that?
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he did Fritz the Cat.
He just said that. Look, perfect timing. He literally just said that.
Yeah. Fritz the Cat is the first thing that I saw from him, and then he did another movie called Heavy Traffic, and then he did, like you say, he did American Pop. So yeah, Cool World, I'm definitely familiar with him. I just forgot his name, but yeah, Fritz the Cat was like the first thing I ever seen from him. If you've never seen Heavy Traffic, check that shit out too, yo. Heavy Traffic is good as fuck.
You the teacher and the daycare provider. You ain't gotta block him, but you can put him in timeout though, or whatever you want to do. You the moderator. You the boss. Whatever you want to do, you want to pull the stick out. I don't care. He can either go to timeout for like 5 minutes, but he can still still get this free art lesson. Get this free art lesson.
You can watch, you can't talk, baby.
Yeah, you talking too much. Talk less. Ooh. You in timeout, baby. Trick said, I don't think you get anything on heavy metal. He said Wizards. I love Ralph's backseat. It's a different style. Only thing I brought up was that he said Jimi Hendrix. The only reason I brought that up is because he said
Oh yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about his stuff. That was like early mid 70s, like full-length animation, like a full-length animated movie. That shit wasn't really popping like that back then, but he did a lot of great stuff, yo. Very, very mature adult content. That shit was not for kids, yo.
he said not backseat box. Trying to do voice in Texas. I got it here. I'm gonna make sure that we look up more of this stuff later when we get out of here. But it sounds like everybody's familiar with his work.
Yeah. He was definitely a prolific artist back in the day. Like I say, especially when it came to the movie shit, yo. He was like one of the first people to make like adult animated movies. Oh, we're getting a new season of Love, Death, Robots. So they were gonna do like a more modern, updated version of Heavy Metal. But instead of calling it Heavy Metal, they started calling it Love, Death, Robots. And so far we have 2 installments in it. And I think Netflix just announced the 3rd season or the 3rd installment of Love, Death, Robots. It's supposed to be coming out soon. Yo,
strange.
Definitely. And they're just a bunch of little one-off short stories about dystopic, futuristic possibilities and shit like that. I love that type of stuff. Like
sci-fi shit.
I was definitely a heavy reader of heavy metal magazine back in the day. Like some of the best comic stories I've ever read came out of those magazines, the heavy metal. But even the movies.
See, I'm not that much older than you guys. Who's doing that? I have watched Love Robot stuff. My daughter told me about it.
Yo, Love, Death, Robots is the shit, yo. There's only like 1 or 2 episodes that I didn't like. The one with Hitler and how different ways of how Hitler may die or something. That shit was kind of corny to me.
Oh wow!
And then there was
I didn't see that one.
There was another one that was I can't remember exactly which one it was, but it was just like I really didn't catch me. But every other little short story they've had so far, really good, pretty intriguing, great dialogue. Love the different types of animation styles. I can't wait for to watch the new season of that shit, yo.
Love, Death, Robot is a random show, but it is good.
It really is.
Okay, this is a sidebar. Cuphead is a pothead show, but that's a really good show. For some reason, I don't know why I like it so much, but the animation on it.
Yeah, we never finished all those episodes.
Finish it, yeah, and I didn't realize that Cuphead was like actually based on like the old Cuphead, but like that shit was actually really cute. But it was creepy because it's like, yo, they're taking their souls. Like, why is this for kids? This is not for kids.
No, it's not.
This
It's
is an
definitely
adult
not.
cartoon, yeah. So that was good.
Yeah, Cuphead was pretty good.
Animation wise, yeah. He said, I like the animation. Did you check out the Star Wars anime? It's different, but I liked it.
No, I didn't. Not a really big fan of Star Wars. We did watch the the Mandalorian.
That was good, and Halo was so good.
Yeah, we've been watching Halo.
Halo been watching me.
And I'm not even a really big fan of like the Halo series either, but I did give it
the main actor for me. I don't know. What makes the show for you? Is it like the cast?
I just like the whole concept of like these futuristic super soldiers, and like I don't know, just seeing how humans would try to evolve themselves to be in competition with other life forms, other races, other species that may be smarter, stronger than we are, and like how would we compensate for that? So we figured we would compensate by making our own super soldiers. Right. So I like that whole idea of like, you know, just how the future will evolve. Alright, I'm getting down to the wire here. I'm gonna add a little bit of cerulean blue hue, just a dab, and I think like I'm gonna just hit 1 or 2 more spots and really be done with this shit, yeah.
Wow, it looks so good. I just love the gold leaf one.
Yo, it just pops out so hard right there.
Well, it does, but like it's so much to look at that you don't even realize when you're looking from the bottom up, and then you look at the top, and it's like the most pleasant surprise. Like, oh shit, gold. The Animatrix.
Oh man, I've seen that shit 17. I have a hard copy of the Animatrix. I have a hard copy of that shit, yo. That shit stays in my DVD collection. That's kind of like Final Fantasy, the Spirits Within. It's a older like CGI movie, but that shit stays in my collection. This motherfucker said an Animatrix.
Ninja Batman? Nah. Side note, Doctor Strange 2 is trash. J1, for real? But listen, go ahead, give us the spoiler alert, because I'm hearing mixed reviews. Trick said, I love Animatrix.
Yeah, that shit was so good, yo. The one, I think the best one to me in the Animatrix is the black track star. And he ran so fast that he almost ran out of the Matrix and woke himself up, yo. But the motherfucker still found a way to crush him and bring him back in. I was like, damn, yo. And the one skateboarder kid who fucking jumped off his school building, like, all those stories were so good, yo. Chibby 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 whoop chibby chibby whoop.
There you go. But I just added all this African and Latin stuff in. I don't know what I'm doing yet. The Stompin' 808. So it's like literally two different beats because I'm trying to change my mind about it, I think. That was a great anime, you're right. He was like a track star.
So fucking fluffy, man. Look, man.
Y'all may like it, but
Reggie Waters.
in my opinion, cheats. Nah, I don't know. Like I'm hearing mixed reactions. Why don't you like it? Is it like, for me, I hate when there's like this big lead up and then there's just this quick ending and it's over. That pisses me off. And I hate cliffhangers and tragic endings. I'm corny. I want the happy ending. So depending on what it is. Reggie Watts on Conan all the time. Now that dude's an artist. Oh, I've heard. Just another day living in the hood. Just another day around the way. I'm feeling good today.
If you wanna throw something out there for the people, I think that'd be cool.
I think it's cool networking and shit like that. I be trying to do meaningful stuff, but the type of space is so short that like from breaking in, I'm still doing stuff that's meaningful and significant, but I'm trying to do stuff that's more like more simple and easy listening. Like I just want to be able to capture all different types of people and then really have that moment where I'm like doing my Kendrick, where I'm just like, yo, this is where my life is.
Chubby black dude, yo. I think I know who you're talking about.
What up? If you're in here right now, make sure you hit the like and the notification. Yeah, I don't know. Reggie Watts and
he was the host of This Can't Be Happening or something like that.
I fuck with Adam Sandler and his music. Oh, you didn't say Adam Sandler. You said Adam Sandler? That would be insane. Adam Saleh? I don't know what that is. I'm probably butchering his name. I love that.
All right, I think I'm done.
He's done.
I remember that time I had to take him so long to paint one pillow. Bro, you ain't never paint anything in your life that looks as good as this one pillow. Somebody what?
Chappelle for president. Nothing breaks the ice like comedy, right?
My government name is one of these things. What the hell?
For real? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Baby, look at that. was you. That was J1 sending a message. Alright, we gonna check it in a second. I said I was going to cut my grass an hour ago, and no, that's not done. Hey, the conversation was too good, Trig. Happy Sunday. Enjoy it.
Hey, I cut my grass 2 Sundays in a row. It needs to be done today, but I'm not doing that shit today, man. I let that shit go another week, bro.
Maybe I
ain't cutting that shit 3 weeks in the goddamn row, bro. I can't do it. I got fucking 1 foot tall goddamn dandelions out there already. I just cut this bitch last Sunday. I'm not getting out there today though. Definitely not. My goal was to finish that painting, which is done, and now I'm about to see if I can like get a good picture for social media. And I feel like I'm done for the rest of the day. I ain't gonna lie to you. After I post this on social media, shit, you might as well not look for me to do shit else for the rest of the day. I'm just getting myself back in the capability. I ain't trying to kill myself. I feel you, bro. Oh yeah, that's the goddamn truth right there.
That's a fact, Trick. Facial recognition. I wasn't picking up for some reason. I had to move back. I was too ugly up close. I've been smoking all morning. Hey, we appreciate all the comments, bro. That's what it is, yo. This is what the stream is for. That's why we do it live. We can have interactions.
many people as you can, bro. As many people as you can, cause everybody know ain't nobody sharing rainy day art.
LOL, well. That was yours, wasn't it? That was mine. Yeah, I'm recording today.
The other one is hanging in my bedroom. Yeah, there were two of them.
I'll tag Ralph.
Yo, Carl, all the way from across the pond. What up, bro? White supremacists feel like they're purposely being replaced with ethnic minorities from other countries, so they're lashing out and trying to take as many lives of minorities as possible to strengthen their genetic lineage. They're actually not trying to make new abortion laws. They're just trying to say that the states should determine what abortion laws are in each individual state. So California may have different abortion regulation and laws than North Dakota. In North Dakota, abortion laws may be different from South Dakota. And so they don't want abortion to be a national issue anymore. They want it to be a state issue. That's what most people think. not trying to ban abortion completely. D1, I mean J1, where you put your name on here at? I thought your name was on that one. Jamal Anthony is on the other one, yo. Yeah, it's on that one. It's on the floor. My man with his whole name, his middle name and everything. Oh, you can do it now. Started this shit. Yo, what's good, bro?
Yo, first of all, ladies of respect, straight up and down, you know what I mean? Hard as bar to you and the missus, all that good stuff, man, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted, yo, I remember when you painted that, when you wrote that on that painting, right? And you was like, yo, alright, that's what you want, but what the fuck? But I was like, what the, you don't understand what I meant by putting that there. So, hello?
Yeah, we listening?
Alright, so basically, what I was saying was on that shit, when I said Jamal Harris is the illest, I was giving respect to one, Biggie, because that's my nigga. Hard body. You know what I'm saying? And then, when I was saying that all the other motherfuckers was my daddy, that was kind of, I don't know if you remember, a cat that was streaming on PlayStation and shit, Golden Threat.
No, I don't remember him.
Alright, so this dude, I think he was out of Texas and shit. He was a dark-skinned cat with a big-ass fro and shit, right? So when he was in the chat, he was doing his thing, you know what I'm saying, have his stream like you have your stream and shit like that. Anytime a troll came in, he would roast them niggas hard body. He'd be like, yeah, man, that's alright. They know who their daddy is.
Damn.
Hard body, yo. Yo, I ain't gonna front. Yo, he used to roast niggas so bad that after a while, them niggas had to leave the room.
Ain't got no win.
You know what I'm saying? Straight up and down, you know what I mean? But yo, layers of respect to you, because I ain't gonna front. If it wasn't for you, I would have never went to that show. I would have never went to that car show in Philly and shit. And you know, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm different and shit, so I don't really have no social media, but I know I'm probably gonna have to hook up a Facebook so I can show you all those pictures, because I want you to see those pictures too. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna front. I had a great time at that shit, you know what I'm saying? But I was mad that I was upset that I didn't get to see you and shit, but you know, I had to work the other night or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
I still regret not staying out there a little bit longer, yo. Like
it was such a long day.
Yeah, like for us, they wanted us out there like 2 hours before the show started, and like we was out there for like 6 hours, 7 hours almost. But it was like
I can feel it, because I don't know how, because I gotta think about PA is a big ass state, so y'all probably had to drive from wherever the hell y'all was like, yo, dude, I gotta do this.
It was like a 2.5 hour drive for us to get there, and then like I say, the Joan didn't start until like 11, but they wanted us there at like 9, so we left the house like 5 something that morning, yo. Like it was a crazy long day, but I still should have stayed, because you gave me your word that you were gonna come out there, man. I should have just stayed so we can dap each other up and meet each other in person, man. But
nah, it's all good, because you told me. Listen, you already said it. He said, "Listen, B, you better come out there early."
Everything we do is early.
You just told me
if it
that.
ain't early, it ain't us.
I swear.
Straight up there, you was like, "Hey, look here, bro. You ain't there early. If that shit whack, I ain't making no paper. I'm out." So I was not mad at all. I was like, yo, you know what? But cause I worked the overnight. I get up at like 7 in the morning, so I needed at least
get some sleep.
Yeah, cause where I'm at in Jersey and shit, I'm right by New York and shit. So it's gonna take me about the same. You know what I'm saying? My bad. So
that New York accent, I was just about to say that.
So, it's gonna take me about 2.5, 2 and some change to get down there too. Plus, I didn't know where the fuck I was going. But I'm like, yo, dude, it's funny though. Like I remember one time, I was in the chat with you, and I was chewing your ear off. And you was like, yo, who the fuck is this nigga? And you had to realize that, like, yo, dude, I know you, but you don't know me.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I've been seeing, yo. Sometimes I get up for work, I be watching you paint through your thug and shit like that. I've been watching you for years. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm watching you, but nigga, you don't know me. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the thing, though, man. Y'all guys who support me over the years like this, yo, I would love to meet all you guys. You know what I'm saying? We could just chill in person just one time. Shit, you, Boozy, D1, man, everybody. I wish I could, Sean, I wish I could meet y'all in person at least once. You know what I'm saying? Dap each other up, get a good hug, you know, chat about some real shit one time. I would like that shit, yo.
It ain't nothing but space and opportunity, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is funny because you play different games than I play. So like me usually I play like you know what I'm saying, one adventure game. So like if it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, I ain't gotta wait for nobody else to get on and shit. You know what I'm saying? I can just rock out. You know what I'm saying? You must do Call of Duty, you know what I'm saying, those shooters. I don't really do shooters like that. You know what I'm saying? But I see you on the seafood shit. You almost got me to cop that shit. I'm like, God damn, this motherfucker. See, this shit looking alright, yo. Like, yo, motherfuckers giving people the business in this game, straight up and down. I'm like, alright. I was like, yo, I'm still thinking about copping that seafood.
Yo,
You,
like you said, if you like action adventure, man, go ahead and grab that shit, man. That seafood, it's different, man. It's a different game. And then now they added an update to it where you can change the difficulty level. Like, so it's more accessible for people. Like, cause when that shit first came out, there's only one hardness on. You can't change like easy, normal, medium. Like, nah, it's just like Super Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog and all that shit back in the day. You play the game like it is, yo. And like a lot of people said that it's too fucking hard. It's too hard and I can't beat it. And so there's like, okay, so we'll make it so you can have an option to make it a little easier if you want. But just cop that shit. Try to play it on normal, man. It's a challenging game, but if you like fucking role playing, like RPG, like action shit, yo, you'll like that shit. I'm telling you, bro. How about it?
Yeah, but it doesn't look like RPG though. So like it's like a live action RPG. You mean? Like where like because I don't like those old school RPGs where I wait for you to get hit.
No, the turn based. No, it's definitely not. It's more like a just like Assassin's Creed is basically an RPG. You know what I'm saying? So you're playing a character and you can level your character up. Like you can learn new moves and different techniques with weapons and stuff. So that's the role playing aspect of it, because you can actually level your character and learn new shit. But it's not like no turn based. That shit is like if you like watching those old karate movies, if you ever like a Jet Li movie or a Jackie Chan movie, bro, it's like playing one of Jackie Chan's best movies. Like the kung fu fighting and that shit is like a good classic karate movie, yo. That shit is so much fun, yo.
Yeah, I was watching. I was like, oh, he giving him the business. Oh, he gonna pick up that pipe? Oh, word? That's what
pipes,
like, yeah.
Bats, brooms, bottles, machetes, yo, staffs. They throw light bulbs at niggas. Like, yo, you can get it in on seafood, yo. You can definitely get it in on that shit, man. What game you playing right now?
I ain't gonna front. I was on that. Like, I'm a Horizon Zero Dawn dude. That shit is fire. All my friends, they really on that Elden Ring stuff. And like, yo, I ain't gonna front. You gotta prepare your mind to play a game like that, like Dark Souls and shit, like Dark Souls 3 and shit like that. Like, you really gotta like wrap your head around shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I like a game where like I could just play it for 20 minutes and then be the fuck out. I ain't gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it 100. And then I'm a different type of like, I'll do shit like I'll be playing Hustle Kings and I'll just be listening to the soundtrack and just getting nice and just chilling and doing other shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't yeah.
Oh damn.
No, but just I don't even play the game. I just listen to the sound, the music, because I like jazz. You know what I'm saying? I like all different types of music. So, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes the soundtrack, I just be listening to that shit, and then I just be on my computer doing other stuff. Or like if I'm in the chat with my friends, they'll be playing all these games and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like I ain't gonna front like all those games like Destiny and all of that. It became work after a while. Like you gotta every day you gotta get up and you gotta go put in 4 hours just to keep your levels up.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, my dude. Yeah, exactly. Like, yo, I gotta put in. It's like I gotta go put in 2, 3, 4 hours to keep my level up with everybody and get the new gear and all that other stuff. I guess I'm getting older. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, I like stupid little games like that are just like mad fun by themselves. Like what's that? Guns, cannolis and shit. Well, like this motherfucker just got 2 motherfucker automatic guns and just gunning shit down. I can't wait till the next God of War comes out, because you know it's over when that shit come out.
Oh, that Ragnarok? Yeah, I gotta play that shit.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's my shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna front that. I'm gonna be on that hard.
I ain't gonna lie, man. Like the next big game I'm waiting on is fucking Elder Scrolls 6, but I gotta buy a fucking Xbox for that shit. But that next Elder Scrolls is like really, I don't know. I was such a big fan of the fucking Saints Row series back in the day, and I know that new Saints Row is coming out, but I ain't even really excited about that shit.
You know what's funny about that? Like, yo, I like how they pivoted and they were trying to compete with Grand Theft Auto, but they realized, like, yo, we need to make this our own way. Yo, that shit is just a fun-ass, stupid game to play. I like games like just like fun-ass, just you doing just whatever shit or whatever, like that Get Out of Hell that they had.
Yeah, Get Out of Hell.
that shit was just fun for no reason. Like, I'm just flying through the world, going through circles, and then I'm doing all different side missions and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I miss that era, yo. Where like you was just playing the game and shit, and it was just fun. Like think about Grand Theft Auto. Like, dude, there haven't been a new Grand Theft Auto for 7 years because they make so much money off for 5.
That's it, yo. And it's just they keep adding shit to the online version. Like, that's crazy.
And
yo.
I ain't mad at them. If they making billions, then fuck it, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But you know, freaking, cause I got my 5. I got the PS5 and shit, and you know, I'm not gonna front. I shouldn't have got it, yo. I'm be honest. I shouldn't have got it. Dude, that Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, that shit was so fire, B. Like, that shit like took up a whole month of my fucking time, B. It was so fire. It was like watching an ill-ass movie and playing it at the same time. It was just like, yo, I don't have fun doing this. Really don't. But the story was so crazy. It was so fire, everything. I'm talking about that shit was like a 9.9. That shit was phenomenal. I don't even go a whole nobody, yo.
Everybody said that, yo. But that's how I know, like, when I get a new game, yo, my artwork suffers so bad, yo, because I just be playing games for hours on end without fucking coming in the studio.
It's not, but dude, like, listen, bro, you keep it, dude. You keep it super duper consistent, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It ain't on you, it's in you. Hard body. You know what I'm saying? It ain't on you, it's in you, dude. And, yo, every time I get a notification, I know you working.
Well,
so I'm like, damn, what am I doing?
Red Dead 2 online, though, ain't it?
Well, see, I don't know, nigga. I'm not gonna front. I didn't really like Red Dead Redemption like that. I don't think it was better than its predecessor. I really don't. I really wasn't. I don't know about the online part because I really don't play online, but the story itself, I was like, eh. The graphics, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful game. Don't get me wrong.
What I did was the story mode too. I didn't play the online on that shit. Yeah, I couldn't get into the online version.
I didn't think the story was that. I don't know. I don't think the story was that gangster to me. Like like the one before that. Like, it was crazy. I don't. Did you beat it?
Yeah, I beat that shit.
Yo, when he died of tuberculosis, I was like, yo, really? I was livid.
Yo, that shit was so sad. Yo, like, that shit was sad, man. But that's how it is. That motherfucker died on the edge of a mountain by himself, just left out in the wilderness. Wolves or buzzards probably just come peck at his fucking body. This is a great man, yo. This was a great ass man. And then that's how he go out just shot on the side of a fucking mountain from like that. I was like, oh man.
I mean, on the other side, I respect it because it's like, okay, that is a real reality back in those days. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that would happen. You know what I mean? But I'm like, dude, that's gonna end the game, and then he goes and beats this other nigga. That's fucking. I don't know, man. I ain't like that shit at all, man. Like, the way they could have did that shit, yo, it could have been way better in my opinion. But you know, I'm a fan of the series, so you know, this shit was cool. But yeah, man, freaking like I said, man, like, yo, I'm a super fan of shit. I owe you some bread, man. Yeah, but I don't know exactly what the fuck, what painting or like what painting or what picture I really want. I got one with my brother that maybe I want. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not super duper sure. But I'm coming over. I'm definitely coming.
Take your time. Whenever you figure that shit out, you know I'll be there. Shit.
Oh, about it. Yo, and then yo, I ain't gonna front. Yo, the best shit, best creative shit that I've seen. I really did like that painting and shit. That freaking the one dude ordered and shit with all the cartoon characters, and they all had the right type of tan. Like, I really like the paintings and shit. I was like, yo, like he really impressed me with his creativity to give it to you, and you brought that shit to life, yo.
Yeah, he definitely gave me exactly how he wanted those paintings to look too, yo. Like, so I give him all the credit on this shit. Cause some people be like, oh, I want this, and I'm like, well, how do you want it? Well, I don't know. You figure it out. But nah, this motherfucker had a whole exact list of like how he wanted that painting to be done, yo.
Word, B. That shit was super dope, man. Like, yo, where's more, man? You put your foot in that shit, B. When I saw that, I was like, yo, super cool, yo. Straight up and down, yo.
No, this is German. This is good night. Gute Nacht. That means good night. When in sweet is for each. Something about a sweet night. Something about a sweet night. Nacht. That means night.
They just always liking all my stuff.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's straight up German. Gute Nacht and Gute Morgen.
So I don't know if it's the guy or the girl. It's Daniel.
Das Lieben. Yeah, that's German.
Next gen physics.
The Hinter, because their stuff sounds similar. Like January. It's very similar.
They always like everything else on the show. Alright, bro, I'm about to hop back out the chat so we can get on these beats somewhere, yo.
No, that's the typical right here. Yo, where the boys like, yo.
Alright, peace, bro.
Alright, peace.
Super fan.
That's what's up.
I need to back now. We gonna stay here. We almost at 5 hours already. Shit, I've been up here doing my thing this morning.
There's more egg rolls. I ain't start cooking them ribs yet.
It's all right, huh? Yeah, I can go for some more of that.
And we got burgers left too.
Oh, I forgot burgers. I probably go grab a burger real quick.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go downstairs together and then come back up. Because I'm trying to get a drink and a plate. And that means I'm going to have to keep coming up and down, up and down, up and down. Alright, and let's...
No. We be right back, guys.
You can put that on the charger.
Take a little interlude. We about to go grab some food. Yeah, an interlude for some food. I need a burger. I ain't trying to be rude, man. A little bit of lessons, a little bit of mustard put me in the right mood. snack. A bird, a matter of fact. Ooh, man, look, bro. The lettuce, tomatoes, the onions. My shit got some fresh cut jalapenos on there. Oh boy. With the hot cheese curls. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. My take your order.
We eating good. That's a lot of people with jalapenos, cucumbers.
Make hiccup?
Get heartburn, hiccup.
Yo, she brought this big ass fat jalapeno pepper, yo.
It was so pretty. Did you take a picture of it? Damn.
It was like this big, perfect looking pepper. I diced that. I sliced it up and put it in a vinegar bath with some apple cider vinegar and some malt. No, I'm lying. It was rice vinegar and malted vinegar. Remember letting them peppers sit in that shit overnight? Oh, these jalapenos so good, yo. It's spicy as fuck.
We almost got some pepperoncinis too. But yeah, those jalapenos are super ripe.
And then I put some like the Chinese spicy mustard on this shit too. Yo, this sandwich is spicy as fuck. Yeah, the Papa John's pepperoni, those shits are good. Y'all always ask for extra ones. I need extra of those. You bite it and then all the fucking juice start running out that shit. Yo, them Papa John pepperoncinis be full of fucking vinegar, yo.
The jalapenos we got from like a local grocery store. And that's only here in this neighborhood.
Oh yeah, I grilled these burgers yesterday. And if you look at the burger, you can see like red stuff in there.
Peppers.
In the meat. So I put peppers. I put like sweet peppers in the patty itself. Like there's onions and peppers in the burger, in the hamburger mixed in. Dice it up real fine and put that in the meat itself. Then grill that motherfucker like that. We say fresh tomatoes, lettuce, barbecue sauce, mayonnaise, and spicy mustard. Oh yeah, and jalapenos. About to eat that jalapeno right there. Damn, that shit look good.
You said that and I just got some of it. So ripe and fresh. That's why I bought the jalapeno. I rarely buy jalapenos, and it was just looking at me. I'm like, I'm gonna buy you for something.
The peppers and onions, yo.
We don't cook nothing really without peppers and
Y'all make
onions.
me hungry, damn.
Salt and pepper, garlic, onion powder, or onions and peppers pretty much go on everything. Yeah, we had egg rolls. I'm cooking ribs tonight. He made burgers. He's the Burger King for real. Like, I haven't had anybody's burgers that taste better than these.
When I have people come over, like invite company over to eat my burgers for the first time, motherfuckers like,
can I get more?
Everybody always asks like, yo, you cook that burger? Where you put in that burger? I put a couple of things. Normally I put Worcestershire sauce into the meat too. So we ain't had none this time. It's on the grocery list though.
You ate one sauce though, so
yeah,
it worked. Some sausage, peppers, and onions. That sound good. That's what I'll be making him, but we throw some potatoes in there too. Or if you don't got peppers and onions, or you don't got peppers, you can do onions, green beans, and potatoes. Throw that shit in the casserole. It is potato bread. And I'm not gonna lie to y'all, that shit is good if you just put it on a lettuce wrap, get a whole bunch of lettuce, and eat it like a lettuce sandwich. That shit is bomb, but you can't go wrong with potato bread. Still got me jonesing. I feel like we eat burgers once, maybe not once a week, but once every like 8 or 9 days.
I love a good hamburger, yeah. And normally if I go to a restaurant for the first time, I'm just get a burger. Because a burger is kind of hard to mess up. And they're always pretty good.
No, because your burgers are good. So I hate going to a restaurant getting a dry burger. They're like, you can't mess it up, but it's still not good. Yeah. I get chicken. The only way you can mess my chicken up is if you don't cook it all the way.
Yeah, there's one place in Scranton called Kildara's. They're closed down now. But back in the day, they had some of the best burgers, yo. That was me and Tamon's spot for a while. Instead of going to the wing spot, we used to go to Kildara's.
Kildara's?
Yep. There's it's the restaurant like directly across the street from the Radisson. I forgot what it's called now. But we would meet up right there and have burgers a lot of the time. And when they closed down, it was like, oh, now where do we go? We start going to the penalty box.
Yeah, if we opened a restaurant and sold burgers and egg rolls and shit like that, we would make a killing.
So you ain't hip to them blooming onions.
But I've never made a blooming onion myself, so I would have to try it because I think if we did it, it would probably be better than Outback's.
I'm just eating now. And this man might go spend $100 on some lunch.
At Outback.
I go to Outback. Man,
you know what? I like Outback's wings. I know that's not what you go there and get, but they got some little flat, crispy wings. It ain't a lot of meat on them, but they crispy. Isn't that what you got? You got steak.
I always get their I either get their ribeye or their sirloin.
Yeah, you did get steak, and we did get a blooming onion too. I can't remember what I got.
Yeah, this is true, but like you said, them onions are good as shit, yo. Those blooming onions, they be so crispy. You just pull a little piece off and dip it in that sauce.
Yeah, I'd rather just onion rings because the blooming onion, it gets cold, and then after that, it's like, that's it. But like, just a couple of onion rings, I prefer that. Sidebar to Outback. Red Robin is a chain, but they do got some pretty good burgers though. You got that jalapeno burger, and I got that chicken sandwich. Yeah, that grilled chicken was good. They can't put love into that. Exactly.
We were on a Mission barbecue kick for a long time. The last couple times we've been there, it's just like, it ain't been the same.
If we go back, we gotta go like look at the tables and see how people's food look. Can I see how your food look? What would you rate it?
Definitely needed that. Damn, that shit was good as fuck. I was hungry as hell. I had 4 goddamn, well, I had a bowl of cereal, and Then I had 4 egg rolls. Then I had a burger.
Still gonna eat bread.
Gonna have some ribs later. And something else. Probably
Dessert.
a going to bed snack.
Some cake.
Motherfucker be eating all day.
Grown man. Damn, them jalapenos are good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sleepy.
Goodbye. Hey, I ain't got no toothpick up here.
You need a bag for every room.
Mm-hmm.
You said what?
It's pointy.
Can you not? I'll get you a toothpick.
Okay.
Didn't they teach you not to put shit in your mouth?
Got a text message from Michaels. Earn 3% in rewards every time you shop.
Your voucher's about to expire too.
How come I getting these emails now?
Me too, and Mission Barbecue all the time. Sign up for the birthday thing, then the next thing I know, work for Mission Bar. I'm like, alright, y'all doing too much. Unsign me up, unsubscribe. Fuck y'all. Wow.
You don't post me that much.
Sometimes. When you love me. We'll see you next week. Yeah, you got this $10 off voucher, and I'm pretty sure you got another $15 off voucher that's about to expire. All I hear is you talking.
So you get spam?
Spam?
I send most people to my
Pretending to hurt myself to see his reaction.
I send most people to my art page anyway, not my personal page.
That makes sense.
And then y'all can send all the spam over there y'all want.
That's that shit. Every time I watch this shit, I'm just like...
That's where the kid died? Oh, they had to jump and hold it down? Yeah, fuck that shit, man. That's why I don't get on rides at those little setup fairs like that. Man. Them motherfuckers be moving from state to state.
Yo, I could just imagine being on this shit. Like, imagine an older person being on there and they die from a fucking heart attack. Like, they do realize that people die from heart attacks every day just like that, right?
Hell
You
yeah.
can surprise somebody and kill them. Surprise! Heart attack. Ooh, and then they just gotta wait for it to stop. It's just going back and forth. Yeah, I know we just got back in here and all that, but The way I slept last night and the way work was set up.
Spicy chocolate pepper. Any medieval works?
The
Any
what?
dragons?
The spicy what? Spicy chocolate?
I used to draw a lot of dragons. This is the first tattoo I ever did. It's supposed to be a dragon. It's supposed to be a dragon, but it didn't come out very well. So I was always a fan of dragons. I do have one dragon drawing, but it's not mine. Somebody drew a dragon and then gave it to me, like in middle school or high school. I think I still have that one. But I did a couple of dragon drawings, and I just don't have them anymore. Oh yeah, there's definitely different versions of that shit. Arthurian, medieval times, King Arthur and all those. Well, I have watched Monty Python and Search for the Holy Grail like 50 times, so I would say yes. Most of the times, if I have dreams that like I'm in the past, or if I'm living one of my past lives, I'm always in like it's always in like this medieval times, and I live in this castle, but like I'm subservient to the king or some shit. Yeah. If I dream like I'm in the past, it's always like I'm a knight, yo. It's the weirdest thing. No, I'm not a serf. I'm definitely not a part of the royal family, but I'm definitely like in the castle. And I have like people below me. I got like a couple of squires and some other shit, but I lived pretty good back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely wasn't out there fucking uh, mending the fields and all that shit, getting treated all bad. I mean, it definitely was like a serfdom, but I wasn't like one of the peasants. I never really know, like, I can never really figure out like what my family lineage is, because even knights normally come from a certain family lineage that's, you know, above the normal class. Like they're like the middle class people. You know, the dukes and the barons. They're not kings and they don't have a kingdom, but they're definitely not like farm workers or farm hands or fucking smiths or nothing like that.
I fucking cannot. Y'all are stupid.
I'm a nigga. I go to school for this shit, bro. You don't know how to cut? You know that knife.
You know that. And he really got his little fingers, his little knuckles down. Like.
It's good to be the king. See, but my last name Prince though, so ain't no telling, man. I might work my way up to royalty.
I mean, honestly, are you just oblivious? Because I know you heard it coming. There's no way you didn't hear it when it's that close.
Motherfuckers are stupid.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm glad you didn't die, but if you did, I mean, you walked right into it. I know you heard that. And you still just decided to keep going.
Alright, she didn't let the iPad go out. She ain't making no beats no more. Let me get her out the studio. Yeah, we've been here for 5.5 hours. I really appreciate everybody coming in here, chilling with us. It's still kind of early in the day. There's a good chance I could come back in here and at least like clean off my palette and get everything ready for this next painting. And see if I can wrap this one up in a couple of weeks and move on to the next one. So once again, appreciate y'all chilling here, talking about all the topics of who's a better artist, who isn't a better artist, what is good art, about white supremacy, mass shootings, listen to some beats, and all this other good stuff. My man J1 jumped in the chat. We actually had like a real vocal conversation. He always bigs up my art, so I'm always appreciative of that, guys. Nice to meet you, Miss. Yeah, and Trick, thanks for all the comments and all the good back and forth we had today. So once again, if you're not subscribed, definitely subscribe. Make sure you hit the notification bell so you know when we're in here. And I hope you guys enjoy your afternoon, and we'll catch you next time.